Hello everyone, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. And today we look into the new teaser, though it almost seems like an actual trailer, even though on some sources it's still called a teaser, I guess. So I don't know. We will keep the word teaser number 3 because it causes less confusion. But yeah, it's a trailer and very interesting. I hope sound is good. You can hear me loud and clearly. And in case you ask yourself, where's Helen? She comes a bit later. She still is occupied for a moment and will be here soon. I hope we can get everything ready then on the technical side, just on the fly when it is, when she appears. So hope that works. Hope you had a fantastic day, everyone. My day was really interesting. Like it was like this morning. I was looking into things. I was reading, and I already saw the leaked trailer, so I feel really prepared. And then this big trailer drops with material I have not seen before, and then all of a sudden I feel like I'm screwed completely. So here I am now, and I feel again less prepared than I should be, and that of course is. Yeah, kind of a classic, but also kind of worrisome, if that makes any sense, right? But yeah, it's really so. Welcome everyone. Also saw some unusual guests, like I saw die Deutsche Tolkien Gesellschaft. Welcome people, nice to see you. Also some other people. It's just the classics. The LotRRoP is here. Already had some interesting topics here in chat I have seen, and yeah, it's interesting. So how do we start? Actually, it will be difficult. I would like to have Helen here, so I have to try to just get the time over till she might be ready or not. Else, yeah, I don't know. It's just. Overall, I also really liked the trailer, I have to admit. It's definitely the most interesting trailer we have seen so far, in my opinion, or teaser, whatever you want to call it. That was really impressive, and now it really seems everything is running. Sneaky. Sea Kayak, that's an interesting name. Welcome, man. Nice to see you. Show us the trailer. The problem with the trailer. So this is maybe I should do a bunch of disclaimers first before we really jump into it because everyone loves awesome disclaimers. Go watch it. That is a problem. So I had a video. You maybe have seen it on my channel. The little breakdown video of the last teaser, and there I dared to show this in full without sound, and I'm talking over it for a moment and doing my disclaimer stuff, and my video got claimed instantly. And as you can imagine, as a creator, getting your video claimed is always so much fun. It takes only like 2 weeks to get your claims off. And yeah, that is unfortunate. So as a result, I can't show you, and I won't show you the trailer in full motion. We just will go through it in small, in pieces. And I'm sorry for that, but just dealing with claims on YouTube is absolutely nightmarish. So I'm as a fan. I mean, I could in theory, we could watch it, and I just cut it out later, but I don't know. I hope people understand. In theory, I have the exclamation mark trailer, if I'm not mistaken, and it should post you the trailer in chat if you want to have the link. It's on YouTube. Let's hope the bot works, which of course is not guaranteed because the bot is a bit shy on YouTube, it seems, and as a result, sometimes it's not working. It takes a moment or two until it works, but I actually put into the work this morning and actually programmed this command, and in theory it should work, but as you see sometimes it doesn't. But I can copy the trailer manually in the chat. Nope, It was an excellent trailer. I agree. It was really a trailer that gets you kind of exciting. Okay, I just copy pasted manually that in chat. Not sure what was about it. I maybe tried to summon it a few more times. Yeah, I typed trailer wrong. It should really work. Maybe the bot hasn't realized that I posted the that I got it online. Like I said, it works better with Twitch than it works with YouTube live streams. It usually has like 5 to 10 seconds delay for a command, which is also unfortunate. But it gets better over time, I've noticed. Still surprised that the bot won't work. That's always unfortunate. Also have to keep an eye now on Discord all the time to see what's going on. But yeah. Totally like in the books. Well, I would argue maybe it's not completely like in the books, but at least it's some interesting stuff in there. No, I'm really worried that I'm really confused why the trailer doesn't work at all. But the trailer, the stupid bot. But well, we will figure it out at some point. It definitely should work. So where do we start? That's always a good question. So always production with this is not as easy as I would hope for. That has multiple, or it has quite a bunch of reasons. One of the reasons is, okay, now what happened there? Well, it's not that important right now. It just greatly confuses me further. But yeah, I'm not even sure where to start exactly. But maybe let's start right at the beginning. So I don't want to keep you people wait for too long. So we can maybe talk about a few details already. As said, the production is a bit difficult today. That yeah, it's not that easy, to be honest. Let me just see how I do this. Like, I need a lot of screens here. So that should work. Okay, so that should also work. Just a moment. I will potentially get things right in a moment. Okay. In theory, you should be able to see now at least the beginning of the trailer. I hope we have seen the same trailer. And yeah, I have a lot of windows opened in the background. Loosely based reinterpretation. Yeah, that's I like this description. It's a loosely based reinterpretation. Exactly. The source material is like 2,000 pages, 5 seasons. Yeah, that's also a good point. I guess there's a bit more to it than just 5 pages, but a few dozen pages. But yeah, on paper, you're not wrong there. So yeah, it's just so much stuff there to unpack, to be honest. So this part here, if you have seen it, I hope you can see my mouse cursor. It is yeah, highly complicated. Maybe wait, I have an idea. Maybe I do it like this. Yeah, I need to move my stuff around a bit because else it drives me crazy. So I hope it works this way. Okay, so here we have the beginning of the teaser. And yeah, let's just maybe start with it. So this we have seen already in the last teaser as the last image. So let me I don't want to do something wrong. This is the first teaser. This is the other first teaser. This is the last teaser here. And here, if you remember, that is the teaser number 2. Is the German version. You also saw this screen here in teaser number 2, which is the same as this here starts. So basically it continues where the other teaser left off. Not much I can say. Yeah, you see my mouse cursor, awesome. as said, this ship here, we will see in the teaser itself that this ship here is most likely Numenorian, and this must be somewhere in Numenor. Where exactly it is pretty hard to say though, because it is complicated. Like, I have a map of Numenor. Is this the right one? Yes, this is the right one. We have a map of Numenor. Like I said, one of the first pictures we already saw, for people curious. This is the island of Numenor. It's between Middle-earth and the west continent Aman on the map. Maybe for people wondering where exactly, here. And we already saw the harbor city Romena, which is one of the Numenorian cities on this island, and it is on the east side of the island. We already saw that in the first teaser. Maybe I can jump to that really fast. I hope that's the right one. Yeah, this one is the first. Oh, you can't see it. Like I said, production today will be nightmarish. Yeah, you remember this scene from the very first teaser. We also see the sun symbol, and then this place here. And this is most likely Romena, because we see this island here. I said it a million times. It's Tol Uinen, and this lighthouse most likely is then Kalmindon, I think is the name. Can't remember the name of the lighthouse. Not that important. We see it here in the new trailer in another shot, which we will come shortly. So there's that. Ship looks cool. Yeah, I agree. The ship design is pretty interesting. I have to admit, it looks a bit different than I would have imagined Numenorian ships, but I kind of like it, I have to admit. Though where this place here exactly is, really hard to say. I heard some theories. We have this river here that leads to the capital, Armenilos, and here, maybe it's potentially there, because it could also be some in the direction of, let me just see, in the direction of Romena also, because the other shots, in my opinion, are clearly Romena and not the capital. But yeah, as said, it's hard to say where it is exactly. Let me just also see production, because I see the... No. I'm still just sitting here and hoping that Helen shows up anytime soon. That makes it a bit difficult, because yeah, I've clearly not enough monitors for doing all of this. Amazon has taken their loose interpretation to extreme. We will see how extreme it will be, but there's definitely interpretation. Yeah, that is absolutely true. Oh, I have a very bad feeling about production. We will have to figure audio out in a moment. Tell us what the dancing bears will be. Well, so I'm not sure. I've not spotted the dancing bears in the trailer yet. We might come to that. Retry also to keep an eye on chat. That makes things even more difficult. So let's move back to this here. If we go further, yeah, we see Galadriel in a very close-up shot. Not much to say here. Sadly, I don't have subtitles here in this version that I went through, but we can at least go frame by frame through everything. And now we come to a pretty cool shot, in my opinion. Oh, my favorite people. Yeah, welcome, Rosie. Nice to see you. Helen time is worse than Chris time. Yeah, that might be true. I would assume, though, usually she is on point and I'm too late, but she already told me that she comes a bit later. The problem, of course, is I have to notice. That is my biggest concern. So we have this scene, and we already know this one here. Let me see if I can get it up. I already have it. Still have it in production. Let me just hide it here. We have this scene here. This was the very first screenshot that we have seen from the show. Remember, I'm not sure when it was released. Maybe like the first teaser released like February or something. And I think the first screenshot was last year, if I remember correctly. Maybe somebody in chat knows the date. It's not that important anyway, but Just interesting to see how close we are now. And now we see this screenshot in full motion in this teaser trailer here. And here we see, the two trees. Maybe I can just play it for a moment so you can see it normally. And then we have like a weird cut here. He goes over the hill and then cut. Always seems a bit off in my opinion when you don't see it in motion with the music and the sound. Forewarning, the Fellowship fan. Yeah, I also feel like 6 or 7 August. Thank you, Deutsche Tolkien Gesellschaft. So it was last year, like almost a year ago, let's put it that way. And now we see it in full motion. And we have this shot, and now we have a little bit of zooming in. So there was a bit of debate if we switch back to the screenshot here, which is not part of the teaser directly, only indirectly. If we switch it back, there was like a lot of discussion about which exact city this might be. The Elden tree. The Elden Ring tree. Exactly. That is the Elden Ring tree. And it turns out Miyazaki knew it all along. Well, no, it's a different topic today, which we won't dive. Elden Ring borrows a bit from Silmarillion. Yeah, you could make this argument, though it might borrow from Norse mythology to some degree. And yeah, but let's not talk about Elden Ring, even though I would like to. However, we discussed what place this could be, and my suggestion was it's Tirion because of the mountains left and right, and the distance of the trees, and I think here we see it kind of confirmed. It's a bit hard to see. Let me switch now back to the trailer, which is now zoomed in a bit more. First of all, we see that these trees are absolute massive. I think there's no mention of Tolkien, maybe I'm wrong though, how big they are exactly, but I guess as very important Oh, I need a link, Chris. A link? You mean the guy from Zelda? No, just kidding. I just need to invite you, right, to a call. And we have to try this. The problem will be on which thing will you be heard. I need to switch something in my audio settings of the thing right now. I've just noticed that this might be a problem. The question will be like, it's complicated. That will be really messy today. That will be a problem. Okay, we just try it to do it on the fly. First of all, I call you, Helen, and then we check things out. Let me see. It will go definitely horribly wrong. So I can call in Helen into the chat. Maybe it works. Mr. Bot or something. Don't let me down, Mr. Bot, today. I also hope she can hear me. We're German, we will figure it out. We definitely will. I was in the middle of explaining, but I'm very glad you are here. I hear myself, but in theory, nobody should hear you. And that is the thing I have to figure out then. But currently, I only hear now I don't hear myself anymore. Awesome. You're actually also on the right audio output. Okay, Helen. I bring you. I can hear you. Can you hear me? If everything's okay, then I just bring you in. Yeah. Today we have also an awesome guest, and that is the Clueless fangirl Helen. And yeah, welcome. Nice to see you here. Nice that I don't have to talk alone for 5 hours this time.
I couldn't let you do this again, Chris.
Yeah, that's very generous of you. Very nice that you are here. I think I had not a guest for quite some time here in the live stream, so it's pretty awesome to have somebody here. Sadly, I don't have anything prepared today, like your side stuff at the end. Maybe I find it somewhere. I'm not sure. We will figure something out when we are done. But yeah, I'm not sure if you have seen. I did not went very far into the teaser just yet. I just thought maybe we just start with the boring stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And just really go into the interesting stuff. So I'm not sure. What were your first thoughts on the trailer, Helen?
A couple of things well, you have the two trees of Valinor here. Well, I did love the flashbacks we will get. And I assume this is the first or second episode, or first and second episode. I love the flashbacks to the first age, because we will get some. When we go through the trailer, we will see some images where, I guess this is Dagor Pragolar, and I do think we'll see the Oath of Fëanor. So, for us, like being super nerds, being very into the source material, I think this is a very nice nod. Overall, maybe I want to say, because we didn't know a lot in the beginning, right? And I was so excited. And obviously, because we know a lot, we expected a lot to be shown. Yes, there was always this right situation, but nobody ever said they definitely have this and this and this, right? So in my mind, this was a complete and according to the law show, right? And the more I saw, the more I was a bit disappointed and was like, oh, okay, this is probably fan fiction. 90% fan fiction, 10% law. And I think I got my head around that now. That, yes, in a way, well, let's not call it fan fiction, but let's call it, not 100% what Tolkien wrote. Yes, the OG movies weren't as well, but they were way closer to the source material than what we will get here. So I needed to get my head around that. I think a lot of the audience feels the same, actually, what I saw on Twitter and social media.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how people sometimes react to this, and there are very different expectations to what the show should have in it and so on. So I can definitely see this clashing. Just to small technical side to chat, is Helen can you understand her well? Is she loud enough? That's always also very important. On my side, she should be relatively loud. But that's definitely true. What do you say if we would just go slowly through the trailer?
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe we go through the trailer. Usually this will of course take 5 hours here, but we maybe accelerate this a bit.
Yes.
Okay, people can hear you loud and clearly, seems to be the case. Awesome.
Yeah.
Loud and clear, sounds good. Awesome. I made you a bit louder than you were before, so that should work.
Perfect. Deutsche Tolkien-Gesellschaft is also here on the stream.
I always also welcome them. They also gave me valuable information when the first screenshot dropped.
Yeah.
So shout outs to you people again. So pretty interesting. I guess you don't want to go back to the shot of Galadriel and the heads in the river and the ship that we already saw, right?
No.
No. Okay. So let's. I was just in the middle of talking a bit about what we see here with the two trees, and we got like a little confirmation that this is most likely Tirion. It also feels like they amped up the details a little bit in this version already. Like, it's kind of interesting to see the development. But the point basically would be that close to the two trees of Valinor, on the hill Iselohar, there should be also one of another city, and we actually see one there in the background. If we zoom in quite a bit now, here we have the advanced technique that you see there's another place here, another city in the background, and this, in my opinion, pretty much confirms that the city in front that we see must be Tirion. Let me just, in the meantime, look something up.
Mhm.
And you could, I don't know. I guess it's not the
Yeah, in the
biggest
Vale.
surprise,
Yeah. Mhm.
but where is it? I found it. So, in case people wonder, it's probably a bit hard to see. I hope you can somewhat see it on the screen. Now I've found my map here that I made at some point. It's a very imprecise map, but it should do the job. So the two trees of Valinor are here where the red arrow is, in case people wonder where this is exactly. And there is Valmar is relatively next to it. That is a city where the Valar live in. And Tirion, Tirion, the city we see in the foreground, should be here. I'm not sure if you remember the name correctly. I think it's Kalakiria. That is basically, if you see this massive mountain range here, there's the highest mountain and the massive mountain range called Pelori, and there's a gap in between. And through this gap, you can see the two trees. Probably hard to imagine here on this scale and map thing I made here some time ago. But so as you can see, there must be a city relatively nearby, and we have some beautiful artworks that would need to search for, but doesn't matter too much because on this screenshot we actually see exactly this. So I feel pretty confident on
Yeah,
this.
and
So
yeah, and a few people, were saying in the chat it looks too close by, but I really do think, look, I'm from Munich, and if you ever lived in Munich or been in Munich, you think the Alps on some days, you literally think the Alps are next street, right? So they look very, very close, but this is
yeah,
due to the weather. I'm talking about the trees and the city there. And then sometimes it's obviously very, very far away, and it's a 1 hour car drive away. But it looks different from different perspectives, depending on the weather. What we call föhn, and stuff like that. But I would agree with you. That's exactly what we see here.
yeah, it's of course there are possibilities that something is off, but because the trees are just so incredibly
Really big.
massive, it's
Yeah.
I guess also very difficult to judge the distance exactly. We
Yeah.
also don't know exactly how big all these towers and buildings are. They could be pretty massive as well, just be dwarfed by these massive trees. So I would say this kind of works. Could try to find. And I know Ted Naismith had a beautiful an artwork
Yeah.
that somewhat illustrates this, but I can't find it right now, which is a bit unfortunate. Not sure what it was named. It was also a very small from the resolution wise, but can't remember what it was called. Sadly. So maybe we have to skip that. I simply can't find it this fast. Oh, I found it. Lucky me. It will be stretched and very, very, what is it called? It won't be sharp because the resolution, and I just stretched it a lot. But this is by Ted Naismith. Shoutouts to him. Gave me permission to show artworks. And here we see exactly somewhat what we see. We see the two trees. We see, I think it is Varda in this illustration in front of it. And then we see a Valmar in the background.
Yeah.
And we have some details which we don't see here, and on the other one as well, with like the Golden Gate, and there's somewhere the Ring of Doom, Mahanaxar, I think it's called.
Mahanaxar. Yeah.
All the good stuff. So pretty cool to see this here. Would you expect that we might see more on Valinor or on Aman?
No.
Or
No. I do think one of the images shows the kinslaying of Aqualonde. That is the red, not Galadriel in the red, but
I can
people
try to
flying
find it
in
really
the
fast.
yeah. And I do think, and then obviously we'll see Aqualonde. But I don't think. I think the flashbacks for the First Age will be mainly the elves being in or coming to Middle-earth. Crossing of the Helcarax, maybe some first age battles like the Dagor Bragola, Battle of the Sun Flames. I do think we will see these kind of first age flashbacks. I don't think we'll see a lot of Valinor. What do you think? Yeah, exactly this image. So I do think, because there were a lot of speculations after this image was from the Brazilian trailer leaked, or even today. And I do think when you look at on top, I think it's like people floating. I would say there's a water surface. It
Yeah.
looks like it. And I think it's people drowning. And I would say, because they have spears, right? And if you remember, the Teleri were not really, and they were like normal clothes. They don't look like warriors. So I do think a lot of the Teleri were, they literally had maybe bow and arrow and a few spears. That was all. The Noldor obviously came in heavily armed, and I think that is what we see. So I think this and the two tree image will be mainly what we'll see from Valinor.
Yeah, that's definitely
You see
definitely
people
possible.
floating. Yeah. Because otherwise this is a weird gravity thing, right? Because some of the people have their heads down. So I would say this is drowning.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with you there. Now I have to find it again. I should have marked it. But yeah, I agree with you there, because you definitely see on this screenshot like a water surface. I'm not sure if I can slowly play it, but if people look at this area here, you definitely, maybe due to the YouTube compression, it's really hard to say, but you see definitely the water moving there, so it is underwater. And something seems to be burning very red on top of it. And we see like a structure or a building in some form.
Even on the right, there are buildings, I think. The right is also like housing or...
Though, because we see buildings basically underwater, I could also imagine that this is maybe a foreshadowing of what happens in Numenor.
But I don't think the buildings are underwater. I think this is just when you are underwater, you can see
that is true.
I think
it is possible, but here, for example, this thing here at the side, this building, it looks like it is part of the floating people, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it is a possibility, though I agree with you. My first thought was also maybe the first kinslaying. We have also beautiful artwork of that. Again by Ted Naismith. Turns out he does a lot of awesome artworks.
Yeah.
The first kinslaying, this time I find it faster. It looks not as red.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. This could literally be Sauron's Temple of Doom burning. This looks, it looks more like something Numenorians would build, housing-wise, than anything, an Teleri elf would build. Because also we know, the Noldor aided them in building Alqualondë. This is one of the things, Fëanor then threw into Olwe, I think, into Olwe's face. But yeah.
Yeah, if we, for example, compare to this of Ted Naismith's artworks about the downfall of Numenor, where we see the Ship of the Faithful, we can see some parallels. Just imagine we are now underwater, not above water. Could kind of work, in my opinion. So if we compare this now to this again, so that's definitely up for speculation. Shall we? Is there anything left to say about the two trees? I have to say this screenshot here definitely sticks out, though, quite a lot, I have to admit. Like when I saw the trailer and I saw this reddish tone, there's also the scene of Galadriel before, where she is like covered in ashes, I would call it, or dirt, or whatever you want to say to it. That also gives a similar vibe.
Scene.
Yeah, it's a different scene, but color-wise, it's very...
Yes.
And it sticks completely out of everything else in the trailer, so this seems to be very special.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you think about elves, you obviously think about the first one. You think about the first image we get with
Yes.
the trees, beautiful nature, a lot of greenery, calm, peaceful. You don't think of this. And elves being dirty from battle and all that. But yeah, no, I don't think we'll get a lot of background information, but maybe again due to right problems about the two trees. And it's not that important for a show called The Rings of Power, right? Yes, mention it. I'm not too mad about it not being too much about Valinor. I want her to tell the story of, how did they, because what she says, I mean, I took notes of everything that was in the dialogue. And I think
Oh, that's
she
good.
says, yeah, there was a time when the world was so young. There had not there had not yet been a sunset. But even then there was light. So I think, they play a lot with the image of darkness and of light. And obviously the trees fit to that because there was light first and then there was no more light. And that repeatedly happened to the world before. There were the two lamps before that that Melkor also destroyed, So I love that she's telling a bit of that part of the history. But I don't think we need like an episode of explanation what Valinor is.
Yeah, that's true. Also, I just noticed Timbuktu is in chat. Shoutouts
Yeah.
to him. Awesome
Yeah.
creator as well.
Yeah.
And he had like an interesting comment, which I now lost again, all the massive amount of comments, sadly. But he made an interesting point. Let me just see if I find it. She stresses the word when she's talking with him as though he doesn't have the ability to see the future. So she seems to stress, I have seen something. I forgot the exact wording
Yeah.
of this, and maybe you have it at hand.
Yeah. Aaron says it is over. Well, she starts, the enemy is still out there. The question is where? And then Elrond says it is over. And she says, you have not seen what I've seen. And Elrond says, I have seen my share. And then she repeats, you have not seen what I've seen. And then this whole
Yes.
red imagery comes up when
So
she stresses on, yes, I know you've been in this world for a while, but I've literally seen the years of the trees. I've seen the first age when we came to Middle Earth, when we had to fight battles. You, my boy, were not even born then. And I know evil, and the OG evil, actually. So I think this is what I don't think she's saying or hinting at the future or foreshadowing.
I have to
Because
admit,
at that point, she also doesn't have the ring, right? She's foresighted, yes, that comes from her father, I would say. She's very much like her father, but she doesn't have the ring and stuff at that time. I think it's more what she has seen in the past than about the future.
I could imagine though they play a bit with Galadriel can see the future and have foresight.
Yeah.
Same as Elrond though, so I could imagine that this is like a little play here, maybe establishing somewhat this ability, if that makes sense. I could imagine that they do this, and this is like foreshadowing. She hasn't even not only seen the past, and Elrond has also at least seen the War of Wrath, and maybe she also sees what is in the future and what this the enemy, as he's often called, Sauron, can do here, and this might be a foreshadowing that worries her greatly in a way. So
I mean, she even says the enemy is still out there.
yes.
The question now is where. But I really wonder. I mean, we can talk about it when this scene comes up. But I really wonder about this dialogue because Elrond is also, I don't know. I mean, why would he completely be, yeah, no, there's peace? Because who is Elrond? Who is Elrond fostered by? Gil-galad. He's his foster father, right? And Gil-galad, even here in the show, Gil-galad is the foresighted one when it comes to, tactics, being a really good king, being prepared. He was the one sending out letters to Numenoreans in the year 500, right, of the Second Age, way, way, way earlier than this takes place. He was like, evil is rising again. Let's all be careful. Let's work together. And Gil-galad fostered Elrond. So Elrond being like, yeah, no, it's over. Let's, enjoy our lives or whatever he's hinting at, right? That is very weird because Gil-galad, his foster father, is definitely not. And he even has one of the, he even says then later on, darkness will march over the face of the earth, Gil-galad. So it's weird that they portray Elrond like this, like very careless in a way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. That it hints, like the trailer hints a little bit. If we maybe find this scene again, that Elrond thinks that the evil is defeated one and for all, and as a result, he seems a bit, as you say, careless. That it's over. The war is behind us. It's in the past, and this. And Galadriel doesn't believe in this, and she wants to pursue the evil further, and Elrond maybe not, which seems a bit out of character. Yeah, I would agree with you on this, but we have to see how it plays out. Like we have very little dialogue snippets of this so far. Yeah, Elrond is not portrayed as a wise lawmaster. To be fair, though.
He's
like
younger.
He is in a way he's younger, though it's complicated because he's half elven, and that makes things really complicated. Of course, he is, I guess, still younger. Like it's really complicated with these time comparison, like the age comparison between like the first half elven years, then you decide to become an elf versus an elf. It's really just get Mars flashbacks from Nature of Middle Earth here, but it's a complicated topic in of itself. Still, I don't know. We know though, if we remember, for example, the quote from one of the, I think it is in the Silmarillion. It actually is. There we have this Sauron appearing and trying to sneak into the kingdoms as the Lord of Gifts, and he approaches Lindon and is basically rejected, and they just won't let him in. And then he goes to Celebrimbor and says something like, "A mighty king is Gil-galad, and all wise in law is Elrond." You remember this quote?
Yeah.
Let me just, maybe I can find this really quick, and I can read it. Might be difficult to find on the fly, but he basically, Sauron at this time implies that Elrond already is at a very early stage in the Second Age already a wise lawmaster. I think it even calls him a lawmaster, if I'm not completely mistaken. I hope I find it really quick as a result of it.
Yeah. And this dialogue is really fascinating. The whole Sauron basically, turning Celebrimbor, because he is setting him up against his relatives, because in the end, Gil-galad and Galadriel are his relatives, his last living relatives. Even though he's from the Fëanorian side, they're obviously still related. And it is interesting that he says words like, when you find the text, maybe we can read a bit further, because he says things like, oh, maybe, and I'm paraphrasing here, but maybe Gil-galad doesn't want you and your realm to be as successful as he is in Eregion. He wants to hinder you, to evolve with the smithing guilds and whatnot. Have you ever thought about that? So he's literally setting up Celebrimbor against Gil-galad and Elrond and Galadriel. This is very interesting, and I hope we will see this in the show. And I actually do think we will.
Me too.
Yeah.
I also have the quote in case I should read it.
Yes. Perfect. Yes.
For a mighty king is Gil-galad, and wise in all law is Master Elrond, and yet they will not aid me in my labors. Can it be that they do not desire to see other lands become as blissful
Yes.
as their own? So that is what the
Yes.
Lord of Gifts Anatar says to, I guess, to Eregion, to
Yeah.
Celebrimbor.
Yeah.
And that is, over Tar, Elenion, Maran were also posted in chat. Thank you. The quote.
Yes.
Very nice that people are so aware and 100% spot on.
They're probably listening to us with the books open, be like, let's see what how they f it up.
Probably. But of course, we won't screw it up that easily. So
Yeah.
there's that.
Well, one more time for of Gondor, also a great Twitter friend and YouTuber, and say Celebrimbor again. I just did for you.
See Celebrimbor.
Yeah, I
Yeah. There
think
are a lot
you're
of
doing
awesome
good.
people in chat. Like, I
Yeah,
probably missed
we
a lot.
know.
Like a Canadian Fantasy Corner, also
Yes.
shout outs to him.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. It's so many. Deutsche Tolkien Gesellschaft is there.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome. Probably, like I said, I probably missed. Timbo Took was there. It's really difficult to do production, listen to you, finding things in books, and
I
read the
know.
chat at the same time. It's sorry when I skip
You're
a bit
doing
through the
very,
chat, but
very well, Chris.
thank you, much
I'm
appreciated.
literally sitting here with a fan. I'm 7 months pregnant, and I told Chris that summer in Germany right now is really horrible and really hot. Try being 7 months pregnant. It's horrible.
Yeah, I can't imagine, and all the best to you.
If you hear wind, that's my fan.
Well, we all need our fans, right? So
Yeah.
here we know 100% where it is. It is a flashback. There was like an article in the past, if I remember correctly, that also confirmed this, that there is like a flashback in the first 2 episodes, if I like it was very early on. So let's see what is next. Next we have this Prime Video logo. This is an interesting scene, though I can't tell much about it. So we see, in case you don't remember, we see like a small group of people, which is most likely Galadriel and her fellowship, wandering into the cold regions of Middle-earth, it seems. And we see them from above, and there's like, I wouldn't call it a river, but yeah, like a small river where you can pass it. In German would call it a Furt. What is it in English? I think the ford, right?
I thought, yeah, I think so.
Yeah. And
Forwards of Eisen, isn't that a thing?
exactly. Or
Yeah.
and yeah, it's hard to tell where they are. Like usually in the past, we always did our little where could this be on the map game. Here I'm completely off. Like I do have a good idea where this might be, this particular scene. Like if we look at the sun, we see that the sun is here. The shadows go into this direction. If we consider
Yeah.
it's let's say noon, then south would be there. So they go into the direction where mountains are south. So this could be something like, I don't know, the White Mountains or so. Really hard to tell, but
Yeah, so in the beginning, because there's a lot of wandering, the next shot is also I think wandering or something, and I think we see an eagle then even in the literally the next shot after this, and I thought, is this maybe? I mean, you can try to get closer. It looks like they all wear the same clothes, right? So it looks like soldiers. I wasn't sure. In the first, I was thinking, is this the elves coming to Middle-earth, and we just see the different terrains they go through? Because all the different kingdoms were then built by especially, well, Ingolfin, but also the other hosts of the of Medros and Fernos sons. So I thought, because we saw the eagle, and I would think Manwë was literally sending eagles after them to check, oh, what are they doing? So the eagle kind of made me think this is elves. But look at them. They all wear like robes and helmets. They all look the same, right?
Yeah. I assume if we go back to the first teaser, now I have to think, where's my first teaser image? I hope it's the right one. Yeah, this one here. If we go back to the first teaser, we have the scene where Galadriel climbs up the mountain, the icy mountain, and if we stop for a moment
Yeah.
here,
Yeah.
the
There's
problem
the
is you are
eagle.
8 seconds or so, or 10 seconds behind. You see these two people here, and they have exactly these same ropes as in this part. And I assume it's like an
Yeah.
expedition. She's just going to the nowhere locations of Middle Earth and is searching for the enemy or so, or for clues and hints. That would be my idea of what this might be. And because it's very cold and a very unfortunate, dangerous area, they probably chose these ropes here in there. We also see this a bit closer later in the trailer. I hope I
Yeah.
find it really quick. Where we see the
I
snow elf. Like here we see this dude, and I assume this is exactly what they are wearing in this scene here.
Yeah, I do think, and I think I remember this from really early on, from like a year ago. I think Fellowship, shout out to, Harry and his gang, who I just met on the weekend for mini golf in London. We played mini golf, so I played mini golf with
Yes,
Fellowship of Friends and beat him and Robert, whose birthday it was in Deep Geek. So I beat the boys. But
of
anyway, so
course.
I remember. Oh man, of course. And I even sent you guys a screenshot of the table thingy where it says I did win, because obviously none of you would ever believe me. But anyway, going back to this, so he reported, I think, a while back, and I think Galadriel in a way hints at this in her dialogues, that she's hunting for Sauron, because when she says the enemy is still out there, the question now is where. I really do think she's on the hunt for him, and I think that are those scenes with the cave troll we saw and them fighting that cave troll. I do think they are looking all over Middle Earth. After the War of Wrath, or I don't know the timeline for that, but I do think they are hunting for Sauron, or the evil, or the uprising evil, as Gil-galad is calling it. And I think those are the scenes, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. In the trailer, there's also another scene where we see one of her, one of the people that follows her, also here in the background. Now I have him, and we have a scene where a small fellowship just goes through like the icy cave, and we see like the hand of the ice troll behind. The problem is finding it. Here it is. Like I sadly forgot where the scene though is exactly. As said, I don't know the trailer too well yet, where everything is, and I have to just skip through it really fast and hope I don't skip it. It's sometimes very small scenes, but definitely think it's connected. Was it here? Here we have another ice scene, and here is an interesting detail. Like, does he have pointy ears? Really hard to tell, but this definitely seems to me related. There are like multiple scenes where I have the feeling that they might
Yeah,
be related to this, but I don't find the. Here's another
yeah,
screenshot where we also have like. At first, I thought they might be in. This might be Helcarax or anything, but if you look close, you again see exactly these clothes. So I assume this exploring
yeah,
the icy area,
yeah,
wherever that
yeah,
might be. Maybe this
yeah,
is like
yeah.
Forohel or
Yes,
Forodwise, the
yeah,
northern wastes,
yeah.
um, something
I
like
would
this.
think so too. Yeah,
Yeah,
because in the
here's
beginning
a
when we
cave.
saw, yeah,
You don't
yeah.
see it though yet, but I think all these scenes are connected to each other.
Yes, I think so too. And I think it's the hunt for Sauron. I
Yeah,
don't think it's crossing the Helcarax. It would fit in a bit image wise, but it wouldn't fit to what she says and what her intention is. And I think the hunt for Sauron or whatever is a big part of her, because this is where Elrond basically tells her, "Oh my God, please stop. Let's have a very good time now," or whatever.
yeah. So where did we stop before?
When we saw the first people running
Ah,
at the
yeah.
fort. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
And then the
fort here.
eagle is.
So I
Yeah.
assume this is the way. This is maybe, I assume, the early way. We see some icy mountain here in the background as well. So I guess they walk here. We have a shot. Then they walk further. Then they at some point are here, and then they have to climb. We see this eagle. I assume, like considering the size of the no, there's not much to consider. This is definitely a great eagle. The reason for this is if we look here very closely to this here, we see that the eagle is not above the mountain but below. So, and it's still very big. So it's far more in the distance, but very, very, very
Yeah.
big.
Yeah.
So it must be a
I
great
think.
eagle.
Yeah.
Tolkien, the
This is.
Deutsche Tolkien-Gesellschaft also said it's like a reference of Gandalf being in the show. It would be pretty funny if he sometimes visits Middle Earth on his eagle, just checking things out.
I think it's Mandos checking up on them.
That could also be like multiple possibilities.
Yeah.
But it's yeah, pretty interesting to see. Also, the great eagles are back in the show, so it's just maybe in the background. I don't know. Though, if these are the great eagles, would this also somewhat limit where this might be? It could be like the Misty Mountains or something. Really hard to tell.
No, I mean, look, they were everywhere. They were even in
Yeah,
the first age. They were in Gondolin. They nested around the area of Gondolin. We're taking, we're checking up on Gondolin in a way, or protecting. And I do think they can go anywhere. Yeah, we know they had nests and they nested in some areas, but I do think
yeah,
even later, maybe in the second and third age, with the Witch King setting up shop in the north, I do think there probably were some eagles as well, keeping an eye out.
yeah, for sure. There were
Yeah.
definitely eagles in a lot of areas. We know that, I guess, somewhat around the Misty Mountains there also must have been eagles somewhere.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. I mean, they
Other
were in Numenor before they left, right? I mean, it's always a bad sign when the eagles leave.
that is true.
Hashtag foreshadowing. They were in Numenor once, right? And then they left when things went down.
Yeah, definitely
Yeah.
possible. So yeah, though I still think they just go deeper and deeper into the north, and maybe that's an okay. And I have just a wouldn't call it a shower thought because we're not showering, but
I hope
just a
you're
quick.
not.
Well, considering the temperatures, probably would be better, but um, considering the the position, like let's assume these are the Misty Mountains, and they have to go into the northern wasteland. Let me just put up the map. That's probably most helpful thing on the screen. Where do I have it? So let's say they are somewhere here on the Misty Mountains and go further north. So the question, of course, is if we go. Please, Chris, have it marked. I have not marked it. I'm an idiot. That's not good. But let's pretend we have this troll scene at some point, and if we look into this tunnel, as soon as I find it again, I missed it again. I need to mark it. I will search for it for an hour. We have seen this tunnel, and in the first teaser where we also saw the troll. Is this the right one? I think it is. Yeah. If we look at the floor, it looked a bit like it was like here you see it here on the ground. It looks a bit like it is built like maybe these are mines or so in the north of the Misty Mountains. Maybe they are actually around Gundabad somewhere, because if we look at the map, oh, you can't see the other thing here. Here on the ground, we speculated in the past might be just an accident, but it looks like these are tiles or something. So maybe this is made by dwarves or so. Maybe this is an old dwarf mine or an old path to Gundabad or so. in the films they portray Gundabad as a fortress, but it's actually a mountain, and it's a very special place for the dwarves because Durin awoke there, Durin the First, one of the 7 fathers of the dwarves, and later it got occupied by the orcs, and then the dwarves occupied it back and forth. So it could be, it's hard to tell what's going on there in the Second Age, so I think they have some liberties there. And they could, definitely walk up. Somebody mentions hunting around Karen Doom would make most sense. That's true, though. Karen Doom is most likely built in the Third Age due to the War of Angmar being founded in the Third Age. But yeah, future Karen Doom, maybe could be also foundation, definitely. But it's an interesting area, to be honest, because we know so little about the far north and what is going on there exactly.
Sadly. Yeah. I want my Witch King Wars in the North spin-off one day. Please make that happen, Amazon or any other studio.
Yeah, that would be pretty awesome.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a possibility that they go exactly into this direction. But it's just my pure speculation. Here it does also look more natural if you look at the cave, I think, at least. But who knows? Maybe it is an old dwarf mine that's abandoned. And we can, of course, imagine it's definitely cold up there in the far north. So...
Or maybe, the world changed, obviously, after the War of Wrath, but maybe there are still some hideaways of Morgoth,
yeah, that's also a possibility.
Yeah, and they still exist. And a baby brain already, but what was it called? The Iron Fortress? Oh my
Angband?
God. Yeah, but Angband, was it further? I mean, the map completely changed, obviously, after the end of the First Age. Because Linden then all of a sudden was the most western part, but much of the north changed that much. So maybe some, because Morgoth was still hiding and others were still hiding. Even after clear outs, others were still hiding in the caves there below the fortresses. So
yeah, and somewhere
like
in the far north must also be Udun, right?
Yeah, Udun. Yes. Yeah.
You mean
so maybe
Utumno Udun? Yeah, okay.
Utumno. Yeah. So maybe Galadriel knew of that.
Yeah, for sure. She could have known about this. Of course, this fortress was destroyed in the, what was it called?
Yes.
War of Sake for the elves.
Yeah.
So very, very early on, far before Galadriel was born. When the first elves awoke. So.
Yeah.
But it's hard to tell what is left of it after. Morgoth got defeated there somehow. It is. It's an interesting idea that maybe somewhat is left there in the very, very far north, and they go there. But I would definitely be afraid to go there, to be honest. Who knows what terrible things are still there, and what happened to that place.
Yeah, it's a bit like, Mount Doom. So obviously we know that that Morgoth was actually kind of behind this, and his whole evil and malice, and that still dwelt in the place, right? It's not like Sauron completely created it. That was why this place was so sacred and so powerful in, evil arts, and his wickedness and everything was still in there. So maybe something like that existed in the north.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. There's enough old and ancient and terrifying lore left there in the north. That is for sure. So as said, now after this scene, if we shall move on, we come into warmer places, and we see this shot. I think this, like the stuff we have seen so far, I think pretty much everything we have seen so far is not in the leaked teaser. Now we have the first image that I think was in the leaked teaser that Amazon Brazil accidentally leaked. And any thoughts on this? I hope
I
you
need a
can see
moment to
it.
see it. Yeah, wait. I still see the eagle. Yeah. Um, I do think this is Linden.
Yeah, agreed.
I don't know which city. Because Linden was again, so for Linden and Harlinden was based, and it was even split by what was it? What was the river then splitting it?
The loon and then the bay.
Boone. Yeah, exactly. So it looks very like the Earth just did break away, and this is
Mm.
what was left. And this now is the most western part, and this is now where Gil-galad, set up shop. And I think this is some city in Forlinden where Gil-galad ruled, I would say.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. I really you really make a really interesting point with it looks like the Earth broke apart, so maybe we
Yeah.
can now do the advanced map action. Shoutouts to my moderator. Well, maybe I do this even, I wouldn't say smarter, but differently. So people maybe get an idea what we are talking about. So this is basically Middle Earth in the first age here. This picture I made this myself. It's just very imprecise, but it does the job, I think. And here where the arrow will be in a moment, as soon as I hit this little thing, there will be Mislon, the Grey Havens in the future, roundabout. And we see there's like a huge landmass in front of it called Beleriand, and that was sunk into the ocean. And with the magic of of production, I would almost call it. Let me just see what the second age map is. Yeah, it vanishes, and then it looks like this, somewhat. Like, isn't that awesome? Awesome trick, in my opinion. Just took a bit to set it up, but yeah. And so you see, this is basically this Beleriand got sunk into the ocean and is now missing. As I said, it's very imprecise.
Yeah.
And if we look at the first age map, my moderator Kierdan made and very like he put in a lot of work into this. Made a map out of the Amazon style map. He made a first age map, and of course this doesn't align perfectly. But let's keep this in mind. This is now the map of Beleriand of the first age, and if we go to the second age, probably it's hard to make this somewhat align because they are zoomed in differently. But you maybe get the point. Like here, where the arrow in the direction, we see this mountain range, and this mountain range are the Blue Mountains. And with the point you just made, that it looks like the Earth broke asunder. That is exactly what happens because these Blue Mountains get like completely cracked up when everything is in the ocean. And now you see there's a bay where my arrow is. That leads to Mithelond, the Grey Havens. We know from the ending of the Return of the King film of Peter Jackson. And it literally is exactly what you described. Like the Earth actually broke, and the mountains broke asunder. And this happened. Pretty accurate. If we now jump back to the actual scene here, maybe we can also move the camera a bit around. Yeah, you definitely see this, that it's really... something got broken apart there. I really like this description that you just brought up here. And as a result, I also completely agree with you. I feel like also, if we look at this, probably this might be a bit more difficult to compare. I feel like some of these structures also have something of Peter Jackson's Rivendell, if that makes sense. Like the forms of these buildings and the decorations of it, it feels distantly Peter Jackson-ish, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat was saying, no, this is Rivendell. The thing is, at that time, Rivendell didn't exist. Elrond founded it. Obviously, we have weird things with the timeline happening, but I don't think Rivendell existed at that time. It will, during the show, he will most likely found it. And you can see, again, he was his foster father, Gil-galad, in a way. And so, obviously, Elrond might have liked to live there in Linden and got some ideas for his own refugee town then later on for Rivendell.
Yeah.
So we know often in Tolkien things mirror each other, and that like some city then was built in the image. I think Gondolin was built in the image of Tyrion, wasn't it, or
Yes,
something like that?
exactly.
Yeah. So that those things repeat. So yes, it does look a bit like Rivendell, but it's because Rivendell looks like whatever random city in Linden.
Yeah,
Scotland.
it could be that the design is inspired. It definitely makes somewhat sense because Elrond
Yeah.
also lived for a long time in
Lives
Lindon,
there.
and then
Yeah.
when he founds it, it maybe
Yeah.
looks similar because this was home to him, and he
Yeah.
makes it look like what he
Yeah.
knew.
Yeah.
And as a result, I also agree with this. Another detail, like if we look at now at the second age map here, let me just move in. So always a bit difficult to do this here. So here is a Lindon roundabout, it's Miss Lond roundabout. Probably didn't hit the arrow correctly, but doesn't. I have to move the map a little bit so we don't confuse people too much, like this. And if we, for example, another possibility could be this is like Ostinivil or something, which would be roundabout here in Eregion. You definitely see rivers, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
It looks more flat, at least on the map. You don't see these mountains left and
Yeah.
right, and basically
Yeah.
like a what do you call it, a valley
Yeah.
with water, a lot of water in the ground. Of course, there's also a river, and it's built to a river. But if I think of a region, I would not imagine it like this. It would be
No.
different, and
Yeah, and I would imagine the buildings not to be as high and lofty and airy. I do think of Eregion something in between what dwarves would build because we don't do know, right? They were very close with each other, and exactly that text you were referring to, a bit I think further down, what we were just quoting, I think it even says, dwarves and elves really profited from each other and grew in their knowledge because they were working together at that time. And I imagine Eregion being more like some things, a mixture of a dwarven city and an elvish city. And this first one we just were talking about looks very elvish, very airy, very, everything is open. I think Eregion will be portrayed differently, and I think we saw an imagery of Celebrimbor, or Old Man Celebrimbor, as I call him, because why is he so old? Anyway, but I think you see him in like something like a rocky chamber, and that is how I imagine Eregion actually. Style wise. I would something like Menegroth maybe, like mirroring more Menegroth. Like, yeah.
yeah. But try to find this quote that you mentioned. But I
Yeah.
don't remember the exact wording of it, which makes it
And you know
difficult
what
to
I'm
find.
talking about, right?
I know exactly what you're
Yeah.
talking. It basically says, without the elves, Moria wouldn't have looked so fair, and
Yes,
without the dwarves, they
exactly. Yeah.
I don't know what the
Yeah.
exact wording was there though.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
not fair or blissful. No, it was
Yeah.
something different.
Yeah. And so I wouldn't think that this city is anywhere in Eregion, to be fair. Not even because LotRRoP existed at that time. It was just Galadriel wasn't the ruler at that time. That was somebody else. I don't think it also looks very woody like. So yeah, I mean that there is forest and everything, but it's none of the other elvish realms. So I really do think this is Thorlinden.
Yeah, definitely a
Yeah.
possibility there. Really curious if I find this. Maybe I found it. Such
Darelinion saying such ageism. Yeah, but it's weird that he is, that Galadriel is portrayed by such a young actress, and then Celebrimbor is like granddaddy Celebrimbor. Um, I've heard he's a great actor, so I'm not judging anything, but it's weird. All of them are very young, and then Celebrimbor is like, "Hi, granddad."
Sadly, I don't find it. But maybe somebody in chat can post it. We keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I
that's
mean, the essence was they learned from each other, they profited from each other, and they aided each other in building things. Look, Gil-galad Celebrimbor aided in building the doors of Moria, right? So the West Gate.
yeah, that is true. They definitely helped out
Yeah.
each other, and yeah, of course, it seems like in general their casting seems to be what you call it um, unconventional. No, it's not unconventional, but I posted here at the beginning of the stream. Somebody said something. I felt the desire to answer this very shortly, but yeah, I forgot. I can't remember. No, come up. Like there's, for example, colorblind casting, so they don't look at how people look exactly, and they can also ignore age and so on. Um,
Mhm.
if they go for this type of casting, which is probably what they did there. Of course, on paper or in Tolkien's books, it's very likely that Celebrimbor is definitely like at least at most the age of Galadriel. Most likely he's younger because he's like from a generation later, if that makes sense. Like Galadriel is at the same generational table part, basically, or line or level as the father of Celebrimbor when he is when Curufin is the father of Celebrimbor, right? And he is like in Lord of the Rings Appendix B, it is mentioned in the second edition of it that he is the like he's from the line of Feanor. He can't be one of the seven sons, so he must be born later. As a result, he must definitely be younger as Galadriel.
Mhm.
So it is a bit strange that Celebrimbor in the show looks a bit older than Galadriel. So, but as you said, like he's a great actor. If we can uh, prove that, and definitely the series could profit from it, even though he looks a bit different than I think a lot of people would have imagined. Also, try in the background to find the picture of him. Maybe we take this one here. Here we see Celebrimbor to the left, sitting with Elrond. Now I just moved the thing here. It's not so good. This guy, Celebrimbor. As said, and if you consider he's younger than Galadriel but looks older, that seems kind of strange. But yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, Great Grebo says guys much older than Celebrimbor. Most likely. We don't know. There's like one note when Galadriel is born. We don't know exactly when Celebrimbor was born, though. As said, if you look at his ancestors, it makes sense that he must be younger.
Mhm.
Yeah, some also dislike the short-haired elves,
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
but I mean, of course, Peter Jackson cemented this look a bit, and it has also there's some base in the books for it that it seems really that a lot of elven clans usually had their people had long hair, but yeah, I don't mind too much, to be honest. Like, if everything else, like if the dialogue is at least good and the
Yeah.
story makes somewhat sense, then I don't care if they have long hair or not.
No, look, I'm not fighting a war for this, but I do find it a bit annoying because, in all the other depictions we had, yes, it was another studio and yada, 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 but in the end, they all always had long hair. So, I mean, why not go through the hassle and give them long hair? I don't know. I just,
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's definitely a thing that is, let's say, easier to accomplish in like give them
yeah.
wigs or anything. That
Yeah, I
today it
think
should
it
not
was.
be a problem.
No, thing is, I mean, this is such a big set with lots of sets. So maybe they didn't have any money left or whatever time left to do the hair of so many elves. I don't know.
Yes,
Whatever.
it seems really strange, and like
Yeah.
there are definitely a lot of quotes in the book. I mentioned we discussed this in a previous stream, like I think in the last one. Like you were not there, but we,
Yeah.
it was a topic already. In case people want to know more about this particular, what is in the books and why do elves
Yeah.
are often portrayed with long hairs, I just
Yeah.
read there like really a bunch of quotes from the books, why that is the case. So maybe check last stream or so. But yeah, there's definitely a base for this in the books. Oh, Andres is there. Welcome. Nice to see you. He's also very sad about the long hair. But it's a bit unfortunate. But what can you do, right?
Yeah. I'm more not mad, but I'm more concerned about, that Elrond seems like a complete different person. I
Yeah,
do understand the Galadriel part because she changed, her character did change, but as you pointed out, in the beginning, Elrond actually not that much. And this is where they say I think that Vanity Fair article said he was a up and coming politician or something weird like
yeah,
that, and ambitious politician. And I was like, no, he's actually not. So I'm more mad about about the character changes than because you don't need, even if you have rights or if you don't have rights, you don't need to change a character, right? That is weird, or give him a complete different arc. Um, because everybody knows who he is later on in the movies, and even if the books then say he's always been like that, the wise lawmaster. So that is strange, but and that they just want to give him a compelling backstory so they can set him up against somebody like Galadriel. And this is a bit my feeling, that yes, they want to show this division in between elves, which really did happen and which is a good thing to show. um, but do you need to change the character? You can do it with a Sauron coming in and, telling lies, and one of them, foreshadowing, spoiler, Celebrimbor, is falling for it, right? Due to many reasons, due to being related to Fëanor, due to not to want to stand in the shadow of his ancestor and creating something of his own, and then somebody literally hands it to you. Yeah, well, I would take it. So these things, you can set them up in that way and not change Elrond. Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
That
I know
that
what you.
upsets me a bit.
That is that's definitely true. It seems a bit weird if they would do change him. I guess you of course need these character constellations to maybe tell your story and maybe create some tension here and there and some potential conflict. But I don't know. It as you said, it really seems a bit off. As said, it's very early when Sauron, for example, visits them. It's like second age 1200, I think, if I remember correctly, and that is like some of the characters we have seen in screenshots and in the trailer are not even born at this time, and so it seems strange to see Elrond a bit naive, maybe a bit young when it comes to this evil thing that we discussed at the beginning. And yeah, I don't know. It doesn't have me has me really worried, but it could be a bit unfortunate. But we have to, of course, see how it will also um, play out there when they like sometimes like it's just very small snippets that we just have seen here. We need like the further bigger um, context of everything. It makes it yeah quite difficult, and it's also like as I just read from the Silmarillion quote. Sauron explicitly mentions Elrond as a wise lawmaster and Gil-galad and nobody else, and they did not fall for him. So it seems like they kind of knew their stuff even back in the time. So it seems for me at least a bit, yeah, as you just described, potentially not 100% fitting there.
Yes, exactly. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, good. Because I just changed the sorry, I just changed the setting.
Ah, okay.
Good.
Okay. So shall we I don't know, move on? Oh, the next shot. That is an interesting one, I would say. There's a lot to unpack. Maybe I should also switch the scene and see what is going on. So next we see what is, I assume, Moria. Isn't that kind of awesome? I would never have thought like before this series was announced that we will ever see like Moria at its peak. It's pretty cool. Very curious what we will see. I assume this is basically like, if you look here in the background, you see there's like a lot of stuff still going on, and this is maybe just like the entrance, what we see here. And so just a very brief shot. I think that later we have another one where we see a few more dwarves, and suddenly things look much more busy. I know you are probably not the biggest dwarf fan of the dwarves.
You could say that. No, but actually, I think this looks really, really cool, to be fair.
We could maybe try to find the other scene. And there we see like a little hint already, which we could try to connect here. We thought we see Elrond. And yeah, we see like what I kind of find impressive of when it comes to this particular shot here is that, I don't know, it looks like you are underground, but it's also so big that, and you have like plants and stuff is growing there, that it seems like its own ecosystem, if that makes sense. Like it could also be almost outside, if you know what I mean. It's just pretty massive.
Yeah.
Though, yeah, not a fan of dwarves. What?
There's a lot of dwarf hate in the chat. I like it.
Wait. We have to reduce the dwarf hate here. Come on, people. But yeah, it's pretty it's pretty cool to see. Here we see like a bit another angle of this. Look at this. Like there's really a lot of stuff going on in Moria, and
It looks really cool, but look at the height difference of, I think this Robert Aramayo character who plays Elrond is not super tall, but
yeah,
he should be way taller than that random dwarf who's like, he should be way, way taller.
that is true. Elrond should be really
This
like
is weird.
at
This is
least a
not
bit
okay.
taller.
Way taller than this.
Maybe these are very tall dwarves, like the tallest they have in the guard.
Okay, let's say that.
I'm very curious. Like I remember it's definitely like a magic moment for me I had in cinema when I first saw the Fellowship of the Ring and saw the height differences, and I saw like. Of course, I was always a bit interested in filmmaking. I knew when you put somebody in the background or so, or just film them at different times or so, you can definitely play around with height differences very well. But then we had this legendary scene where Gandalf sits with Frodo in back end, and the camera moves like there's a camera pan. I thought, what? My mind just exploded when I saw this back in the day, and it was just so impressive to see in this film, and very curious if they can expand this to new heights, or if they have I don't know, if it maybe doesn't look as great as Peter Jackson stuff, that would of course be a disappointment, but I can imagine like what Peter Jackson did was kind of really a lot of work and a lot of preparation to come up with a technique to make this possible. Like for people who don't know this, they had basically a system that like the bank Gandalf sit on was moving. No, bench is a wide word. In English, the bench Gandalf was sitting on was moving with the camera. It was like connected, and this created the illusion. And then it's just really fascinating to see this.
Yeah.
But somebody in chat writes, does the dwarf have a beard armor? That is also such a cool idea, in my opinion. I think it's not really described by Tolkien, but we know that there's a quote. Let me think. I think it is in War of the Jewls, if I'm not mistaken. That I think it's a line where also the dwarf women are mentioned. And there it is described that for a dwarf, it is the most terrible imaginable thing if his beard is cut off. So you could argue it kind of makes sense that they at least want to somewhat protect it in a way. So I can definitely see them having like a beard armor. Like it would be awesome if I could find the quote this fast, but I most likely won't in any reasonable amount of time. But it says something like a dwarf would endure like a lot of pain easier than his beard being cut off. And it's also mentioned that some do this like in mockery, and that this is more lethal to a dwarf than actual wounding him. So it definitely tells something if they have like a beard armor. That I find pretty cool, the idea, though, I have to admit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, somebody mentioned in the Silmarillion the dwarves fight with masks, so I mean it fits. That's a good point.
The iron mask when they fight Glaurung.
Yeah.
That's actually really, really cool. Yeah. And that's how they could withstand the dragon fire.
Yeah, that is a good point. But what's happening to the Third Age in Moria, that it won't help them.
No.
Put it that way. But it will not be in the show.
No.
I guess, at least. Like, it would be really a weird stretch of time and space to make this work, but whatever. Like a few other scenes here, it's pretty hard to tell. Like, you can just look everywhere here in Moria and what is going on. We have these big halls, and I think we haven't even seen, like... He's still guarded by these guards here and probably brought to the king or something. So this is really just the way slowly through Moria. He isn't even at the cool places yet. So I imagine there was a lot to come.
Yeah, and what I do think so remember from the book, so there are different versions of the Galadriel story in the Second Age, right? So
Yes.
in one version, she is the founder actually of Eregion, which is my favorite version because that makes Celebrimbor's betrayal and his redemption arc even better actually. If he, would have basically thrown her out. Her husband was the only one staying behind to keep a watchful eye on him. But if he rebelled against her, that's my favorite version. But anyway, her foresighting was that she befriended the dwarfs of Khazad-dûm, and she, in a way, knew they would be helpful one day. And that is why she went to Moria, right? And this is why she then later on could escape through Moria and these things. So I fear they give Elrond, or not fear, I guess it's okay. I think they give Elrond this task in a way, and probably he's given it by gil-galad or Celebrimbor. I don't understand the Celebrimbor version. I don't understand but we know Celebrimbor will be close to the dwarves. So is it Celebrimbor sending him there? But I do think because Elrond never had that in the books, in the few things we know about the what Elrond did in the Second Age, and that was Galadriel's part, and she was there. So I think he's given part of Galadriel's story here.
Yeah, that is a good point. Definitely a possibility.
Yeah.
Just try to find if I can find the quote, but probably also...
It's all in the same... If you found the first one we were talking about, it's a few pages further...
Yeah,
ahead.
I really tried to skip through it, but it's
Yeah,
just like a
yeah,
half sentence, so it's easy
I
to
know.
it's easy to think. I'm far too much. No, I don't find it. I'm bad at finding quotes today. Sorry, Chad.
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, don't worry. I will make a video. I will do a. That's one of my theories. I'll do a trailer breakdown video tomorrow for my channel, and I think I'll mention that because that was what stuck out to me because we don't know he ever was there, and yeah, obviously, we have to fill gaps, and maybe he could have gone there, but I do think and feel in a way they give him this Galadriel arc, what she
Yeah,
did with the dwarves. Yeah.
that is definitely a possibility. Like we have this. I still have it here opened. The him sitting with like I really like this picture. If you look at the
Celebrimbor.
cake on the table, like that is my favorite detail. They're sitting there having a cup of tea, and here down on the table there's some cake. I love it. Like elven cake is the best cake, I would say, and
Probably.
it's really fun. Though if you look at the map, of course, and we always look at the map here, if you go from Lindon, let's say Mislond, here in this corner, and you go to all the way, maybe what will later become the Shire, you take the East Road or something, then you go down later it's called the Greenway, the North Road, and then you can go to, let me just slightly move my arrow here. And then you can go to Ostinivil, and then Moria will be, I probably don't hit it perfectly, but round about here, in the under the Misty Mountains. It's relatively close, and if you go there, if you simply go there, you have to go through the capital of Eregion to Ostinivil, and probably he visits, at least in my imagination, he potentially just has like the mission maybe to go to the dwarves in Moria for diplomatic reasons. He is the herald later or it's maybe even at this point of Gil-galad, and the herald is something like a medieval diplomat or something. So you could maybe argue it makes sense. Maybe he visits him on the way, or maybe it was part of his diplomatic journey to just go to Eregion and then also see
Yeah.
what is going on. Like it's definitely, in my opinion, connected the way to Eregion and then to Moria
Yeah.
that we see here later in the trailer.
Yeah, no, I understand. But again, like, I don't think Gil-galad was more focused on getting aid from the Númenóreans. That was his task, right? And from
Yeah,
men. So that's why he sent the letter to Anarion's father, the king, fifth or fourth king of Númenor, very, very early on, and then kept in contact with the Númenóreans. So that was Gil-galad trying to, create a counterpart to the evil rising in the east. But he wasn't thinking of the dwarves as far as we know, but Galadriel was. So she added that, let's get the aid of the dwarves. We've worked together with them in the first age. Why not now? So, yeah. So I do think if he goes there by Gil-galad's advice, they still take away from this what Galadriel actually saw or foresighted or however you want to call it.
yeah,
But I think she has another task in this, She's more like the warrior side, and she's going to Numenor actually, which is weird.
yeah. That is really a weird
Yeah,
detail. We maybe come to that in a moment as well.
yeah. Because
Um,
somebody in the chat said, and I would have loved that too. Somebody in the chat said, wouldn't have been so cool if Elrond went to Numenor because,
yeah,
in a way, it's it's his family basically
yeah.
living
His
there,
distant
right?
family.
His distant family, yes. So that would be fascinating to see what the legacy of his twin brother was, right?
Yeah.
So that would be very poetic in a way if he would have gone there.
Could imagine that this was potentially discussed by the writers, and for some reason they decided against this. We would probably have to
Yeah,
find out um,
yeah,
in retrospect after seeing that why they might have been decided against this. So
yeah.
we definitely have to see. But I find this this part here really fascinating. It's pretty cool to see a bit of Moria here. Yeah, the question, you're of course right. Like, Celebrimbor must have also visited the king at times, or the king maybe even visited him. Hard to tell, because Eregion and, as you said earlier, have such a such a good relationship after the War of Wrath, which also was the foundation, like not the War of Wrath itself, but in the event, like the downfall of Doriath, between the feud between elves and dwarves in the First Age, and it really seems like here is
Hashtag Thingol did nothing wrong. It was all the
hashtag
dwarves'
Thingol
fault.
nothing wrong. That is an interesting topic in of itself. There was like a news recently, and in an auction, a text of Tolkien just popped up that was, at least one of it was known, and it
Oh,
included basically a version of Tolkien's ideas for Thingol and his conflict, how he died with the dwarves and so on. Very interesting to read. There's like somewhere's a transcript of this script. Somebody has, like, I don't know what the auction price was, like $10,000 or something for this few pages. And that was quite interesting. I wanted to cover that, but I forgot in all the trouble with all the other stuff. But maybe good to mention it here if people are interested. Like, the Silmarillion version is a bit edited by Christopher Tolkien because he had not access to all the texts in his day and so on. And yeah, this popped up and it was relatively surprising. I think there was like a summary of it somewhere. It was mentioned by some Tolkien scholar who have seen it, but then it kind of was vanished and now we can read it again. There's like also another script, but yeah, just as a side note here. Yeah, I think we have to jump. If we jump back again, let me just see where we were. Oh yeah. Next scene is also.
People are hungry now in the chat.
What, please?
People are hungry now in the chat. Now you
Hungry.
mentioned
Because of the cake. I just can't show it to chat again.
and the recipe,
The elven cake of Eregion.
like
The recipe is
Lembas
sadly
cake.
lost
Exactly.
after the year 1000.
After Eregion fell, Sauron took it. Sauron still has it.
Yeah, Sauron still has Eregion cake.
Every Sunday he has an Eregion cake.
Would be kind of cute, to be honest.
To celebrate, his.
He did not attack Eregion for the rings of power. Everybody thought this. It was for the cake, actually.
It was for the cake. Hashtag the truth.
But
or alternative facts.
So the next scene is distantly related to cake as well, because we see some farmers doing important farming work here, and I questioned myself: are we seeing hobbits, or are these, for example, Norsemen? Are these men?
I think it's men.
I would agree on that.
Yeah.
But
because the Hobbit speaks, whoever that is, and she later then the hobbits are mentioned last because she says. Wait,
yeah.
What it
Good that
says.
you have the typescript. I don't have that. But I have a lot of fancy pictures. That's also helpful.
Yeah, sorry, give me a sec.
No problem. I'm glad you have.
Yeah. Elves have forests to protect. Dwarves have their mines. And then the according images are shown. Men, their fields of grain, and this image is shown. And then, but we half-orcs have each other. Like, don't care about hobbits, but anyway, we'll get to that later.
Interesting theory. Probably remember the screenshot, which was also in the last teaser, of the tower in Tir Harad, as it's called in some of the articles. I can bring it on screen. Yeah. And if you look very carefully there in the background, you see some small houses there. I really tried to zoom in a bit so you can maybe see it on the screen. We did like a long stream on this picture. I remember that. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I need to zoom. Like zooming in my streaming program is a bit difficult if you have to zoom in so much. But yeah, here, and you see here in the distance, you see some smoke coming up. I don't have an arrow yet. Maybe I hope people can see it.
Yeah.
And maybe this is the exact village we see here, but it's just a theory because it looks a bit like there are cornfields or something close to it. Maybe I'm wrong though. I'm not a cornfield expert, but at least was a thought when I saw the image. Maybe that's this exact image just seen from this very very distance. And this is a thing I always kind of like when they would do this in the show, like if like Tolkien also drew a map and then tried to connect this to a story, that everything seems to be very consistent. I would also, of course, like if you have like a wide landscape shot, like we have seen there from the tower, and then you actually see different like these small the places that we in this wide landscape shot later we see locally, but it's also already on this. It's not just a random landscape, but there's actually a connection to what we later see and so on. So I really like this approach if everything is at least somewhat correct, and you can like often feels like in the scene composition there's some effort put into it, and it's connected to the lore and the books. That would be at least in a way that is always pretty cool to see. So I hope people can somewhat see it here on screen. So maybe this, what we see there, is this exact village. I'm not sure, could be wrong, but yeah, definitely a theory. And I'm not sure. It's just a very short shot. I would assume, yeah, I don't know. It could be some kind of let's call them Norsemen or some descendants of the house of Marach, I assume. Hard to tell. And then, yeah, we already mentioned them. We see these two dudes here with the, what do you call them in English? Antlers on their shoulders, like from the very first teaser trailer. Was it the
I can't
first?
see it yet, so right.
I did a terrible mistake, but I assume it's them here. In production, you will hopefully see it, what I mean. We see these two people. There were also like...
antlers. Yeah. Oh God, who knows? Oh God, I forgot about them. I don't know.
I assume it's these two are exactly... Maybe I need to mark this here so I can find it faster. But I assume it is related. The question is, do we also see hobbits on this scene? So maybe these two people know about hobbits? That would be, of course, distantly unusual. We also see this person here with a whistle, I assume. Maybe alarming or so. Really, really hard to tell. We know that hobbits can, of course, be somewhat unseen and are hard to see and hide if they want, and then are hard to find. Maybe they are hunting them or something. It's like some weird tribe that, I don't know. There's some they don't want to be found by. I'm not sure, because this person here also has like, I don't know, this. Let's call it Gestrüpp. I'm not sure what's in English in their hairs.
Yeah.
So this somewhat seems like hobbitish distantly. So it might be related. Also, there's a weird object here, this white thing. Maybe it's just a flower or so, and just looks weird from this angle, probably.
Yeah, I ignored these scenes.
You ignored these scenes. Not much to say. I still kind of find it interesting because it definitely seems like the hobbits. Then in the next shot, it's also talking in the script about the hobbits now, I think, that here we see the hobbit telling we have us or something like this.
Yeah, she says, but we Hartfords have each other. We're safe. And then I think it cuts to the meteor man coming in like, yeah, you're not safe.
Then we see Nori Brandyfoot, I think is her name. and she sees the meteor impact. We also already saw this in the last trailer.
Yeah.
So
I
it's
mean, this is mirroring a lot, like what the Hobbits say, we don't care about the fate of the world in the Third Age, in the OG movies, that they don't really care and they think they're safe, but no, actually they're not safe. And you see that later on in the Scouring of the Shire, right? That evil even reaches the Hobbits, and I think this is very much like they didn't care at that time, these Hartfords, what is happening in the world, what do we care about a new shadow in the East arising, and then literally whoever Meteor Man is, lands there.
Yeah, it just seems a strange idea to implement them, but the showrunner said like in an interview that it somewhat is a very isolated story, so very curious what they are doing with that. I mean, we of course know that the hobbits are around in the Second Age, so yeah, they must be somewhere, we don't know where, but they can't have any big impact onto the world or story or contact with the elves or so. So that seems unusual in many ways.
So who is who is Meteor Man? What do you think?
Meteor Man. So this is maybe a big one. Not sure when the scene comes up. So I discussed this last time, and I already said I'm pretty sure it's Sauron most likely. And I feel like after seeing the teaser trailer, the leaked teaser trailer, and now this teaser, there's one particular scene. Maybe we just jump right into that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, let's please skip these hobbits.
Let's skip the hobbits. We skip the hobbits. Don't worry, chat.
Thank you. Okay, good. Elves.
Good elves. So here we see Meteor Man, I assume. Like here in the background, very unsharp. I'm not sure what is going on there with him exactly. If we remember, like if you look at his hand, I need to look up the poster. They're really fast in production. Where is the poster? But yeah, the gloves he's wearing are very reminiscent of what we have seen in the teaser already. Just have to find it. Too many screenshots, hard to see. Maybe I didn't save this particular one. There. It's the one with the apple. I remember it now. So yeah, if you look at the gloves and what he's wearing, it's definitely him. This is the stranger, and he lands there. And from the other trailer, let me just see if I can find that. It's pretty much at the end. Nope. Yeah, here we have it, and we see that he grabs Nori, and he sits in this fiery meteor and grabs her, and then the fire flies around. And if we look at if I just play it here, you see that the rocks are actually hovering for a moment. It's really hard to see. It's not like it's an explosion and the rocks are flying away. They are actually hovering around them, which is let's call it supernatural. Let me just see if I find it here. And here's another scene that expands on this. I just have to find it really quick.
Is it there, Chris?
What, please? What did you?
Just me who can't hear him?
Who I can't hear? Is the stream gone?
Can you hear Chris?
Chat, can you hear me?
Chat.
Chat should
I can't hear him anymore.
You can't hear me anymore? That is strange.
Very robotic. I can barely hear you.
I can hear you. So image is frozen.
Oh.
No, the image. Oh, I'm still in the thing.
I think it's
skipping.
on your end. Oh,
yes,
they
can hear him.
You. Okay.
I can still hear him. It should, on my side, like OBS says, I'm fine. Maybe it's Discord having trouble or so. That's of course very unfortunate. But maybe I use the time to skip to the scene. That might be very helpful. Here we have it. Maybe I mark it as well. Now the visuals are working. Yeah, I just skipped to a poster. The poster is just a still, so there's not much moving there. But yeah, this is the person called the Stranger or Meteor Man, and here we see him in this meteor with all this very hot stuff here. And yeah, here we see the scene again. See, look at the, like you see it here, this little rock at his hand. It's actually hovering. See this? Probably hard to see. Have her exit and come back. Yeah, maybe try. Oh, she disconnected already, I think. Wait, maybe I just end the call and call her again. Maybe this works. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Awesome. Okay, we fixed the chat. Saved.
Sorry.
No problem. Had me worried there for a moment, but yeah, it seems to work. Yeah, if we go back to, I found the scenes here in during the stream. At the very end of the last teaser, here we see the hand holding a hobbit, a very small hand, potentially the hand of Nori, and here we see her again being grabbed by Meteor Man. And I have to find the scene in this trailer. At the very end, here we also see his hand grabbing the meteor, and then we see the rocks flying around him in a very, like, rocks usually don't behave like this. Very supernatural. And then we have the scene, and it seems like he absorbs the fire from the meteor into himself. If we look at this. Pretty cool looking. However, I already probably saw it. This scene here in particular, if I just stop this frame here, like, I don't know what your first impression is seeing this particular scene here, the still image. Probably takes you 8 seconds till you see it on screen,
No,
but you
know
probably know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you see it now. Yeah.
Yeah, doesn't it distantly look like an eye?
Oh, yeah. Yes, it does.
Let me just see.
Oh,
I'm not sure if I can do this production-wise,
yeah.
but
Yeah, no, yeah. We
maybe
see
I
it.
can rotate it. Transform.
Yeah, but we have some imagination. Just tilt your head, people, to the left.
Tilt your head to the left.
Yeah, it does.
Maybe something like this.
So you do think this is Sauron?
I think there are not that many candidates for this, who this could be. So I would assume that this might be the case.
But wouldn't you think this is very weird that then later on, you know, like he has literally no idea. I mean, I get it that, you know, the location is obviously of the Shire is then different later on in the Third Age. But the concept of hobbits and that he is aware of them, therefore, because he literally lands in their backyard or garden or wherever, and he would know of these tiny people, and he would also in a way follow maybe their storyline. It's not like he has PTSD from this and then forgets everything that happens, right? So wouldn't that contradict that later on he actually has no idea or no, you know, what is the Shire? Hobbits don't really know. Isn't that weird then?
It
Because
definitely,
again,
it definitely is.
yeah.
But it wouldn't be the only weird thing in the
No,
show
I
so
know.
far, to be honest.
I know. So this is why that was the only thought I had, because yes, I would agree. This could be Sauron, but my thinking was maybe this is another Maiar. I don't know, or Not a
The
Balrog,
question
but
is,
maybe
in the second age,
something along those lines.
we run very fast out of Maiar, so that are angels of low rank. I would describe them
No,
very
but they can
powerful
make up
spirit beings.
some.
There
They
are
could make up some.
they could make up some. We know that in the Peoples of Middle Earth, there's one version from 1971, I think, or two, so very late in Tolkien's life, where the Blue Wizards come to Middle Earth in the Second Age, around the time when Glorfindel also comes to the Second Age, so around 1200, 1600, if I'm so around 1000 Second Age 1600, the One Ring is forged, and it would be a good date for them to appear, though they are in the Far East, so not directly in the
Yeah.
where most of Lord of the Rings, so in unknown regions, I should say, and so that doesn't really fit 100% in my opinion.
Yeah.
Though, who else could it be? Like, it must be a very supernatural, powerful being, most likely
Yes.
an Ainu. So, what
Yeah.
other Ainus could this be? It could be maybe a Balrog or so, but
Yeah,
he
that was
looks
the
too.
fire symbolism I had in
Yeah,
mind. Yeah, but they are also the form they take as Balrogs, that is of their choice, right? It's not like this is their given form. They are not bathed like that, right?
yes,
And so my thinking was, because of all the fire symbolism, that this is some Maiar spirit, like a Balrog, maybe a confused Balrog. I don't.
very confused Balrog.
Yeah, but I don't know.
I
Or
don't think Balrogs fit too well either, because yeah, we know from the Silmarillion that they hide after the War of Wrath. They escaped and are basically in slumber. Why would they travel by meteor? That's like, seems very strange to me. Like, when they don't want to be found by the Valar and have to basically keep a low profile, as you would say, they would not go, well, let's just go there and impact with a meteor. And everyone, like in the last teaser trailer, we have these awesome, I call it head movement. Let me just see if I find it really quick. That's the wrong teaser, right? Is this the right one? There's the right one. Be always careful. We see this guy. He looks up, sees the trailer. If we like, I don't think they saw this one, but here Elrond and he will also see Celebrimbor. They move their head and definitely see the meteor. Else this head movement would be really strange. I also hope my production is right. It's just always difficult to find stuff. And yeah, I don't know. They see like, everybody seems to know, okay, the Balrog is landing over there. Like, it doesn't make too much sense, if you know what I mean. It's just.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it's it's so strange to me, and it could be like they could make up a green wizard or so for whatever reason, but
Yeah.
I hope they don't go this path, and for us book fans, it's relatively difficult to foretell because nothing like this exists in the books.
No.
So it could be maybe a blue wizard or so. I don't know. It would be also strange because they only have rights for the appendices and Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit, and the blue wizards are only mentioned in the letter, in the Unfinished Tales, and in Peoples of Middle Earth. So nothing they have, to my knowledge, rights to. So.
And if you think of it story-wise, you always need a goodie. You need a former baddie who gets a redemption arc. You need a real baddie who never gets redeemed. You need, like you have characters, right? You need to fill character troops. So the thing is, who do we have on the bad side? So let's think about it. We definitely have Adar, whoever he is. Was he an elf before? He's the leader of this orcs. We'll get to him later. We see him in one of the shots. So he also had that epic poster. They just revealed a few of the character posters, and he had that poster. So he baddie confirmed. Then I think for a human, we will get Ar-Pharazôn will be set up as the baddie, the up-and-coming baddie. Not yet bad, but, bad intentions probably in Numenor. But that's about it. I don't think they will fully say Celebrimbor is a baddie. I don't think that. Yes, he has ulterior motives and whatnot, but he's not a baddie. So who do we have? We need somebody. So yeah, this obviously makes me think of this could be Sauron or whatever, or a bad Maiar or a Balrog. This is, what I was wondering about, because obviously the good is very overpowered with Gil-galad, Galadriel, the Queen of Numenor. I think she'll be good in the first season. Tarmiriel. Then you have then Elendil. You have so many good characters, very powerful good characters. You need some bad characters, even in the season 1 setting things up. So, yeah.
Now, somebody in chat mentions like the possibility that there's like a Hobbit poem, legend, where the moon falls down, and maybe it's referencing Tilion. So, but he would like. Of course, it could be like a reference.
But the sun is more fire. It's not the moon.
Yeah, that's true. Definitely, but it would be at least an entity powerful enough, and the fire counterpart of Tilion, Aryen, is female, so that doesn't work out either. Here it was like a poster of Adar that was just recently posted. I think it was made put on some house walls and so on. So I have that available. He's definitely. You're right. We definitely need some bad guys, and I don't know what is going on or what direction they really try to go with in any shape or form. It's really
Lucas in the
difficult.
chat says, perhaps this meteor is a grenade thrown by Manwë. Joke, just kidding. Lol. Like it. I'll be back, Chris. I just need to leave for 2 minutes. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay, no problem. I will just talk for 2 minutes.
I trust you can do that. See you in a bit.
See you in a bit. Let me just see if I get things right. Like I said, production is always a bit difficult. There is in the recently, like last year released book, The Nature of Middle-earth, there's a very interesting chapter. It's called Note on the Delay of Gil-galad and the Numenorians. And this describes all kinds of things, and among them is also, let me just see, discovering devices and return. But until Second Age 1600, he was still using, Sauron, the disguise of a beneficent friend, and often journeyed at will in Eriador with few attendants, and so could not risk any rumor that he was gathering armies. So this quote is like this text I find very fascinating, and it's also a very late text of Tolkien. I think it is dated 1970, so Tolkien died 1973, very late in his life this was written. And so what is mentioned basically, Sauron, when he went into this disguise as Anatar, he did not just disguise himself as some beautiful dude that seems like a diplomat from the West continent, Aman, in the far west here. But he actually had to play this role for quite some time, according to this text. Of course, they also have no rights to this text, but it definitely is in this context quite interesting to see, because he had to, according to this text, Tolkien's idea was that he could not just transform back and forth of his forms, and he had to stay in this form for all this time, and he would just journey through Eriador, and some people would maybe follow him, and he could not risk any rumor of him being the Dark Lord that in secret gathers armies and so on. So he had to really neglect some parts of gathering armies, of etc. And there's even a mention that there were like some orc tribes in the east that were pretty wild and masterless, and he could not basically bring them under his control because he had to stay in this disguise. And I think it's even said that they laughed at him and couldn't take him very serious in this disguise. And as a result, he later had to focus his mind on those and get them into his service, but not as long as he had this disguise. And that is a very interesting detail in this context they might be referencing. So maybe it's not, maybe he pretends to be like, I don't know, I landed here, I lost my memory. Oh, I now remember I was sent here by the West Continent Aman to bring help and aid to the elves of Middle Earth against Sauron, and I have gifts for them. But in truth, it is all just like a very big play of him. So that would be my idea, what they are referencing book-wise and what they might be go for the show. But I could, of course, be completely wrong here. But still, this one particular scene here, like, it looks too suspicious in my opinion. If you look at this, we can maybe rotate it again. Some way to rotate freely, but I forgot how it works. Oh no, now I have big trouble. But whatever, I can still kind of rotate it. So yeah, it definitely looks like an evil eye, and nobody knows about that. Oh, my rambling made somewhat sense. And yeah, it's quite interesting in this context. Also, I hope 2 minutes are over very soon.
I'm here.
Oh, you're back. Welcome back. I hope you at least could hear my my suggestions.
Yes.
Yeah, any thoughts on that?
I just heard the last one.
Oh, okay. Okay. Now, basically said there is a mention in the Nature of Middle Earth that it's written that Sauron had to stay in his disguise. He could just not turn back to the Dark Lord again and return to Mordor and does his thing. It even said that while in this disguise, and he often journeyed at will in Eriador with few attendants, and so could not risk any rumor that he was gathering armies. So he had to basically stay in this disguise, and he couldn't even bring some of the orcs under his control in this disguise. So maybe they expand on this, and he lands there and pretends to be somebody completely different, and then he remembers maybe, oh yeah, now I remember I was sent by the West Continent to bring gifts or something. I don't know. Just a theory.
Yeah. This completely is still a mystery to me. I have a lot of theories. I like a lot of theories, but they all don't check out. They hopefully will in the show, but at this point, yeah. But again, I think in the end this will be an evil character, because all the other thing, then the goodies would be too overpowered.
Yeah, that is true.
I mean, we will come to him later, I guess, but I do think Halbrand will be a baddie later on. I think he's the Witch King, or he will become the Witch King. He's the character that will become the Witch King, or at least one of the 9, but I assume Witch King. And yeah, so although I always thought that is I have videos, literally videos on that. I always thought the Witch King is one of the Númenórean kings.
Yeah.
I think I most tended to Tarkiriatan. I think the 13th, I forgot, 13th king, I think, because he lived around the time of the forging of the rings, and there were some weird things with the timelines that Tolkien, went back to and changed something, so there are different versions. So I always thought the Witch King is a former Númenórean king, but then with the timeline compression, they would have that problem, because if this is Halbrand, then he is still in human form. It wouldn't match with him literally having lived 1,700 years earlier, right? Because Ar-Pharazôn and Miriel were the last Númenórean rulers. So that wouldn't match. But I think Halbrand will be the later Witch King, or at least one of the 9. Yeah.
Yeah,
So we'll have
definitely
another baddie. Yeah.
an interesting theory. I heard this quite a few times. I think that people think he might be in trouble. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely a possibility. I'm very curious if they will go this route to tell who some of the Nazgul are, because from the book's perspective, we have just very, very vague clues when it comes to that. We know that 3 were lords of Númenórean race, as Tolkien describes it, I think, in the Silmarillion. Yeah. And we know that 1 was called Khamul or Khamul, hard to say how it's actually pronounced.
Easterling.
And genau, he is in one version, he's called Black Easterling, I think, if I remember correctly, in the Unfinished Tales. So not in all. In some other version, he's just called no, it's called the Black Easterling. What was the other mention? I probably have to look it up in the Unfinished Tales right now. But he's the other. He's just. I really want to look it up now.
Yeah, but Black Númenórean, Black Easterling. I've never heard that.
Let me just. Ring Race, Chief. Shadow of the East, I think, is one of his titles.
Yes. Yeah.
And I think that is some assume that he has comes from the east or something.
I think there's like we will see
the second name for him somewhere, if I remember correctly, though.
Yeah, I do think we will see this the human form of the Nazgul, and then how they are turned, because this is a very important factor that Sauron is and the rings are able to do that, former good people, and probably we'll see the good side of Halbrand here, with the whole Galadriel scenes and everything. So former good and powerful and wise leaders being corrupted. So you need to show that. So you need to show the downfall, right? So you need to show the human form first. So that's why it made sense for me.
Yeah, for sure. It was like one scene where we saw Halbrand standing somewhere, where he looked also a bit injured, but I can't find it in the trailer. But I also found, at least I found in the background, the quote. It is in note 1 of the Hunt for the Ring. And that says that in one version, I just really find Halbrand really quick. Slowly. The trailer's so long, it's so hard. Here he is. Here we see him in Númenor, probably after he got washed ashore or something. I'm not sure. In the Unfinished Tales, in note 1 of the Hunt for the Ring, we can read that Khamul was that in. We just read it completely. And it may be noted that in a rejected version of the present passage, there was only one Nazgul in Dol Guldur, not named Khamul, but referred to as the second chief, the Black Easterling, while one remained with Sauron as his chief messenger. So here he's not called Khamul, he's called just the Black Easterling, but of course we know Khamul is the second chief of the Nazgul, and in the other version he's simply called the Shadow of the East. That is his name. But some assume that in Tolkien's mind, maybe his origin story is that he was an Easterling, which also might, of course, make sense that some of the Nazgul were Easterlings, just to explain where this idea comes. So we know 3 are lords of Númenórean race. 1 is maybe in some versions an Easterling. And that's pretty much all we know. So there's a possibility.
I see people in the chat saying that Halbrand looks like Anatar. And being taken to justice in the palace of Numenor and impressing, can't read that, the audience with his eloquence. So what? The only thing that would be so cool if Halbrand is Anatar and later on Sauron would be his dealings with Galadriel, because literally she has a bone to pick with him. Because he was in a way responsible for her brother's death, for her, for a lot of deaths in her family, and he single-handedly killed her brother in Tolkien, and so her being completely unaware that this is Sauron would be a bit weird, because in the texts she feels something is off, and she doesn't trust him at all. So, I mean, it would be cool in a way if they show their interaction, and it looks friendly as far as the images and the bit of the party and the trailer we see looks friendly-ish, and that would contradict what I thought of her having a feeling, even with Anatar, who definitely doesn't look like Sauron, doesn't smell like Sauron, but still. She has a feeling something is off here.
Yeah, for sure. For example, one version we can also read that Sauron, perceived at once that Galadriel would be his chief adversary and obstacle, and he endeavored therefore to placate her, bearing her scorn with outward patience and courtesy. So it's basically, she knew something is not right with this guy. She couldn't put the finger on it, but she didn't trust him. And Sauron also noticed that this is the case, and that she would be the main problem, convincing the elves of his aid. So that
he knew Celebrimbor would be easy to turn. Yeah, exactly.
Also, he is here washed up or something. He somehow lands in Numenor. As I understood, Halbrand, he is not from Numenor. He's a Norseman and gets there with Galadriel somehow, or I don't know. That's how I understood from the Fellowship of Fen Leagues.
The shipwreck thing.
The shipwreck stuff. He gets there. We see him. He looks pretty, literally washed up there, and is standing there in Numenor. We see the clothes here. There was a screenshot recently, maybe I can show it, where we see these colorful clothes of the Numenorians. Let me just see if I find it by the Entertainment Week that came out recently. Yes. There was like I think
the people standing in
Farazon staying in a hall. Like if we compare this here. We see the similarities in the clothing here in the background. So this must definitely be on Numenor. And we also see the blue marble or whatever that is in the background there. It looks very similar, very from the style what we have seen so far of Numenor. And he seems to be there, and he seems to be complete out of place. So he doesn't look like a Numenorian in any shape or form. So I would argue he gets there with Galadriel, and it makes no sense from Sauron's perspective to get with Galadriel to Numenor, then maybe turn back to Middle-earth, doing his war, and then getting later taken prisoner and brought back to Numenor. Like, I don't know if Sauron should travel back and forth between Middle-earth and Numenor so much. It seems a bit out of place in my opinion.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about Halbrand. Where were we before we talked about Halbrand, though?
Image-wise,
I'll
scroll a bit back.
Yeah, I'm scrolling. We have the storm. We have talked about. We talked about Sauron for a moment, right? We skipped very far into the trailer.
Yeah.
It's kind of impressive to me that we are talking for 2 hours 30, and I really give my best to skip faster through the trailer than I usually would do. And it feels like I'm not even halfway through it.
No, we're not. I mean, I can stay like 15 more minutes, and then I need some food.
No problem. I have enough power left to bring this to the end. But
I know you can. Oh, maybe because somebody mentioned it in the chat, and I had that theory. I tweeted it out, and I'll mention it in my video. So, and then you can go back to chronologically. But I do think at minute 2, skip forward to minute 2 in the trailer, and we see what I would say is the coolest scene and one of the
Do we see
flashbacks.
elves with swords in their hands?
Yes.
Okay, I think I found it then.
Yeah.
So
what
I would
you,
have suggested that when you have to leave soon, and we are already were very long here, that you
because I
can
want to
choose
talk
what we
about this
what we
image.
talk next to. There are definitely some parts we should discuss.
Yeah.
I could imagine though that this might be one of the things
Yeah.
you really want to
You
discuss.
Yes, please. I mean, there were different. I pointed it out quite early, and I said I do think this is the Oath of Fëanor because to look at them, I think these are elves. They all look very similar. I mean, they didn't all have dark hair. Some of them.
Yeah.
Oh, I think
Maedhros
Medros
had red
had
hair,
red
for example.
hair. Yes, some of them look
But I
like
guess
Nardinel. I think the twins also had red hair.
possible. Not sure about their hair color, but
Yeah,
I only know
but
Maedhros.
yeah, Medros definitely, exactly.
And the armor looks somewhat similar to Galadriel's armor on some of the screenshots. Maybe I can bring up also a beautiful artwork by Jenny Dolphin here.
Yeah.
Shout outs to her. She has also made an artwork of the Oath of Fëanor. Let me just see if I find
Another German, you know. It's full of Germans.
German artist, exactly.
Yes, but I do think because some people were saying this is these are the 9. I don't think so because they look way too similar. Why would they all wear the same armor? That doesn't matter. I don't think Sauron then handed out the same armor to all of them. This would be way foreshadowing because I think the 9 together in that way we will see way later on in the show, not in season 1.
Yeah, I agree. Also, if you look at the sky, it's dark. And that is exactly the case when they swear the Oath of Fëanor. The trees are gone, sun and moon are not there yet. It must be dark outside. Only the stars are there.
Yeah.
And the structure that we see here in the background,
Like a
if
dome,
we see this typical elven structure. Let me see if I find it really quick. Remember when we talked for like half an hour about if this is Lindon or not? Like this here is exactly this, in my opinion. The problem is I didn't mark the scene, and so I have to search it again. It's a very tiny scene.
Yeah, but that would mean, and that's a bit odd because if this is a flashback, obviously it's a flashback to way earlier, and that building, Linden didn't exist at that time, and the building.
No, I don't think it's in Lindon. Just it's similar
Oath.
to Elvish
It
stuff.
looks similar. Yeah, no, definitely, yes.
And gil-galad was also a Noldor, so Noldor, so same as these guys potentially. And Galadriel, I would also count towards the Noldor. Maybe we see on the breastplate the star of Fëanor. Maybe I can find the screenshot really fast. Early screenshot of Galadriel.
But you're right, Galadriel's armor, and later on we see one of the brothers in that was the trailer, the first trailer that dropped. Do you remember that battle scene with the elves and the fire in the background? And I do think that is very similar to the armor that one of her brothers was wearing.
Let me just
I don't know.
See if I find.
Yeah.
First we reveal. No, that's wrong. There. If I just could if my skills in alphabet would be good, I could have found this faster. Here we see the similarity. Maybe you mean this scene. I'm not even sure. Or do you mean the first age potential shot with her potential brother?
Yeah, where the guy was looking at a battlefield. He was wearing a very similar armor.
Yeah, let me just.
The blonde elf?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It was from the first trailer.
Here. Yeah. You mean this one? It now takes 8 seconds again to get you there, but I no problem. Maybe I should have streamed this over Discord to you. Probably that would have been faster. But there are some similarities. You also see here, for example, the potentially Fëanorian star. If it's not the Fëanorian star, it's maybe like a symbolism for the Noldor. Like these stars are
Yes,
very
exactly.
important symbol
That scene.
um,
Yes, that
for them.
scene.
We
Look,
see it
it looks
also here.
it looks very similar. We have it now on screen. So I do, I mean, I don't know, but it does look similar. So I do think this is the Oath of Fëanor. And this, yeah, I mean, do we see a glimpse of creepy uncle? I would want that.
We just see it. We find it again. The problem is the camera moves in the scene so much, so we don't really get ever a really sharp image there of this particular scene. As a result, I can't really help you. We don't see the faces really sharp. Like, it's very blurry, unfortunately, here.
No, I know.
Due to the
Yeah.
camera moving. I can't really find a still where we see it. And what is an interesting detail that we see, if you look at the sword of these people here, maybe we see, and we don't really here you see it. Somebody said it maybe looks distantly similar to some other swords. We see maybe even Galadriel's here on the back. Well, maybe it doesn't look too similar, but there was also the screenshot of Adar, the poster, if you remember. This one here. Like, look at this. Somebody mentioned it, I think, on the on some
Well,
Discord.
isn't Adar allegedly, according
Like,
to some leaks, one of her brothers turned evil or something
I'm
like
not
that?
sure. Though
Yeah,
she shouldn't have
I'm
that
not
many
big into
brothers
the
left in the
leaks.
Second Age.
I know.
The last.
I know.
But yeah,
Risen
maybe,
from the
I don't
dead.
know. There is a possibility that these swords are somewhat related. Maybe he was in the service of one of the sons of Fëanor or whatever. Hard to tell. But considering that we know that Adar is an elf, and he's, I don't know, somewhat evil or so, there is definitely a similarity that, in my opinion, we might see here, right? And I assume in this scene, it might be really blurry if I zoom in, but we could at least give it a try. If we zoom
And some
into the
people,
head, we also see like pointy ears somewhat
yes, I would
on
say
one
so,
of
and long
them,
hair.
like
And
here.
this is not Númenorian. This is not men. This is not almost Nazgul. I don't think so. I think this
And if
is.
you look at the breast here, you definitely see some similarities to, I don't know, to this here, for example. I have trouble now finding the other screenshot, but
Yeah.
I hope you know what I mean.
Yeah, and I think this is the emblem. I think this is the winged sun, and this is the emblem of Finwë. So it's not because a lot of people are
Yeah, that's
saying
possible.
Fëanor, but the House of Finwë, so the OG, so the grandfather basically, and the father of Fëanor, and those boys swearing the oath. I think it could also what Galadriel and that other dude in the battlefield. I think they have the emblem of the winged sun.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I
Yeah.
think a lot of details here in the scene scream these are elves, and I think the structure looks elvish, in which the dome which we're in. We know that there must be a couple of elves, 7 to be precise. We see, I think, 5 here in the scene, so 2 are maybe not on the screen to make it not too obvious. Maybe
I
one
would
has
say
red
they
hair.
stand. Yeah, and I would say they stand in a circle most likely, and
Yeah.
the father's in the middle, turning from one to another because you can see them rising after another. So one says, "You have my sword, you have my sword, you don't have my axe, you have another sword," something like that, you know. So I do think probably the camera, but also allegedly Fëanor is standing in the middle and
Yeah.
making them swear the oath one by one.
Yeah,
Something
that
like
is
that.
something like that you could imagine, like 7 plus
Yeah.
Fëanor, of course.
Yeah.
And that is, was also my impression. Especially the oath is sworn after the Silmarillion was stolen, and that was after the darkening of Valinor, and so it's dark outside.
It's
It fits
dark
perfectly.
outside.
Like, it fits perfectly. I think that is what we see here. So it must be from kind of a flashback, but it's pretty cool scene that we see.
Yeah.
Stuff like this, I'm happy to see.
Yeah, same. This is what I said in the beginning. And, we don't need this scene to drag on for 5 minutes and explain everything. But, our nerdy little hearts, this helps. And it's important, they have this, if whenever Galadriel is telling this is also not only men fall to the dark side, right? Even her own family did. So this is in a way interesting because I think somewhere in the trailer it says, let me look up the quotes. Something with darkness. Yeah, I can't find it now, but somebody said something with darkness, and then she also said, you have not seen what I've seen to Elrond, and this is also an important scene. He obviously hasn't even been born then, and this is the catalyst, of many, many events to follow. Something like Celebrimbor wanting to become this smith, and him, trusting more Anatar than trusting Gil-galad, and Galadriel, his relatives, is also due to, this oath and this family feud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody asked in chat if Galadriel also would have be in this particular scene. No, she did not take part of the oath of Fëanor.
But she was close by somewhere because they were gearing up to leave.
I'm not sure where this oath was exactly taken. Do you know this out of your head?
Isn't it interior?
Because at this point, Fëanor was already, I think, kicked out of Tirion. So
yeah, he was.
Or he left on his own, to be precise. But
it must be before they left, right? Or was it when they already were in Middle Earth?
No. This must definitely be in Aman. But maybe somebody in chat knows it.
Yeah.
I would have to look it up. I'm not too confident on this. Like maybe I find it here on the wiki really quick. Oath of Fëanor. Maybe there's a look. Of course. Oh, I managed to spell it right. Awesome. It was in the city of Tirion. According to Tolkien Gateway. Okay.
See, so this could totally be Tirion then. Elvish dome structure.
Yeah, that would definitely work out.
Yeah. And it's good, as I said, it's good to see elves also making mistakes because the audience will later on understand, okay, this was not a good thing they did. Because normally later in the Fellowship, when they say, or in the OG movies, when they say, you have my axe, you have my sword, this could be a very similar moment, right? But it is very much not so because it's actually bad what they did.
Yeah,
he asked this of his children. He doomed his own line in a way.
Yeah, he literally really doomed them. Boy, did he doom them.
Yeah.
There are even in some versions, like how one of the twins dies. With burning with the ships he set him on fire while he was sleeping still on the ship.
Yeah. And this
Tolkien really tried to make this as tragic as possible and as give you the feeling that is insanely doomed and terrible what's going to happen.
This leads to a lot of important elven deaths, right?
Yes.
So even almost Elrond and his brother almost even died because of this, and So it's interesting that it all stems from this scene in a way, and that elves are not, the goody-goodies, foresighted, let's all aid and help Middle-earth. No, they were not all of them. So I really like this setup, and they bring this into the canon and into the show.
Yeah. Of course, Jacob64 brings it up. Celebrimbor didn't follow his father and grandfather. He was somewhat ashamed of what happened after the oath. Exactly. He was already kind of distant, had relatively distant relationship to them, so he was also not under this particular oath, and that's potentially why he survived the First Age. But
Also, his father was literally the worst of them, I would say.
Yeah, his father was like
Yeah.
really one of the worst. You could say that. It is
Yeah, but
true.
it's interesting that he's still, because the texts say that he was easily persuaded because he wanted to be, well, like his grandfather in a way.
Yeah,
He wanted not to, to stand in his shadow. He wanted maybe not to overcome him, but to, well, in a way, do his own thing. And this is why it was so easy for Anatar to do this, because he was Feanor's offspring.
yeah, 100%. It's he like also Galadriel went to Middle Earth, even though she had her own ambitions. Why? Like she
Yeah.
wanted to be not under the tutelage of the Valar and want to
No.
have their
Yeah.
own realms to rule over. And Celebrimbor wanted to become a famous big elven smith, and there were these
Yeah.
huge explored lands
Yeah.
with unknown possibilities, and he found this attractive
Yeah.
for him, and also went there.
Yeah.
Though he was not as crazy as his father and uncles and grandfather, but
Yeah.
though to be precise, it's in some version it's not explicitly stated that that Fëanor is the grandchildren of Fëanor, but he's I think in the most canon version he's still related. So just
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
completeness sake,
Yeah.
always
And
complicated with the versions.
I know. But the Galadriel part you said, because a lot of people are criticizing that arc, is completely true. And this is who was it? I was on somebody's, I think on Robert's stream, and I said that because I always thought, why did she go? Why did she leave? And then I thought about, look, her father is the youngest child. He probably, I mean, in the end, he did inherit, right? Because father died, brother died. So as the third child, well, no, no. Well, the third son, they had two sisters even. But as a third son, he would never inherit anything. Then he had more sons. The third son had more sons, and she was basically the only daughter and the last child, right? So she would never inherit anything ever in her life, except everyone from that line would die, which, yeah, they kind of do, but so she was in Valinor. She was ambitious. She comes from a very ambitious line. People did want to rule there. People were like, "Ooh, are you interested in taking over my birthright to rule like Fëanor with Fingolfin and stuff like that?" So she comes from this very ambitious family, and there are things to rule. There is a kingdom, there is a kingship, queenship, whatever. And but she would never, because she's so far down the line, like none of them. So, and she's a girl, right? So she would never have anything of her own. So her going to Middle Earth makes complete sense for me. It totally does. She doesn't need many more ulterior motives than that.
Yeah, totally right. Like
Yeah.
I think for her it definitely makes sense for the
Yeah.
ambition
Yeah.
um for yeah, I don't know.
She could
As you
never
said,
have
from her
anything.
position,
Yeah.
though, of course, her position
Yeah.
was also moved around. Like in some versions, she was a sister of Gil-galad and so on. But
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
so
Let's stick
complicated.
with it with the main version. Yeah. But and so there would never have been a place for her
Yeah,
except princess, but not
in
really. She
Valinor or in Aman, nothing changes. Everything stays.
No, exactly. Yeah.
That's the for elves the good part about this place.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
very
and they don't die, and yeah.
stagnating.
Yeah.
They are not living in a world where a lot of changes happen,
No.
and everything is ordered and stays the same until the end of the world. And that was a thought that I guess Galadriel felt was terrible, and that is why she
Yeah.
left.
Yeah.
And for me, it also
Yeah.
makes completely sense. And
Yeah.
I mean, Tolkien definitely put her also in some, let's say, like he tried to distance her as much as possible from the other Noldor in that regard. Like in some versions, she even sails
Insane.
over to Middle Earth
Yeah,
on
yeah,
her
yeah.
own after the
Yeah, yeah.
Kinslaying.
Yeah.
So she doesn't have to do anything with the other Noldor and all the
No.
terrible things they do.
Hashtag not guilty. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, anyway. Good. Chris, sadly, I have to go. But it was a pleasure to
It
talk to
definitely
you.
was a pleasure. Thank you for staying here so long, and it
Yeah.
was really fun having somebody who also talks for some time, so I can do production in the meantime, maybe show a screenshot or
Yeah.
two. That will
Yeah.
now get worse. I can promise already that.
It will slow down, people.
Yeah, I
No,
will
don't
slow
worry.
down.
Yeah, we'll definitely do it during when the show. Although I don't know how long I can cover it because I literally give birth. So let's see
Yeah,
how life with a tiny elf will be. But yeah, maybe in the beginning of the show we can do something similar together, or just before the show comes out.
yeah, that would be pretty
Yeah,
awesome to do.
yeah,
Thank you so much for staying here. Again, shout
yeah.
outs to you. Um, I think I don't know why my bot is not working today. I also had like a command exclamation mark guest, and there should be a link posted automatically to your channel so people can follow you, which I completely
Yeah, it's
recommend. But of course, today my bots are saying nope. It's our free
no.
weekend
Oh yeah,
today.
I see. Guest. No, it's not happening. Maybe one of the mods. Or it's super easy, people. It's literally the Clueless Fangirl on YouTube and on Twitter and on places. But yeah, thank you so much. And again, I'll produce content again. I wasn't for 5 or 6 months because I was mainly uh, uh, well, doing puking and all that bullshit. So I wasn't feeling great. But yeah, I'm back and there will be more videos on my channel as well,
Yeah,
hopefully.
pretty nice.
Yeah,
I posted it manually in chat. I hope the
yeah,
link
yeah.
works. Let me double check. Yeah, I managed to copy paste the right link. Awesome. So there is the link. I can maybe post it again in case people missed this.
Yeah, thank you
Sadly,
so much.
commands don't work today for whatever reason. Yeah.
Oh, and
So
shout out if any German speakers are in the chat tomorrow, because Deutsche Tolkien-Gesellschaft is here. So this is German Tolkien Society, basically. I'll be on their stream, and we talk about a similar thing tomorrow on their stream. I'll drop it in my Twitter, and they will tweet about it as well. I think 8 o'clock it was, if I'm not wrong. And I think they have other guests as well. Maybe Marcel is coming on, the traveling Tolkienist. I don't really know, but for any German speakers, if you're interested, tomorrow with the German Tolkien Society, I'll be there as well.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Pretty awesome. Check that out as
yeah,
well. Can maybe
yeah,
click on Tolkien Society's nickname here to check
yeah.
it out. But just follow the Twitter stuff. It's at German time, 8 o'clock
I think
in the
8.
evening.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah,
Yeah.
looking forward to that as well. So yeah,
Perfect. Okay.
so thank you,
Thank
Helen.
you. And bye-bye till the next one.
Till till the next time.
Namarie.
Namarie. Okay, so that was Helen, and somebody said, "Wait, Chris, are we just streaming for how long am I on? For 3 hours today here? No, of course not. We just I'm not ending the stream now. We're not even through the trailer, people. What are you thinking? Have you ever seen a stream where I go frame by frame through a trailer that is a minute long, under 5 hours? Well, under 4 hours." That will, of course, not happen. We will stay here and discuss every single frame of the rest of the trailer, of course. But sadly, I have to do this now alone. So my production timing will drastically take more time. So I probably will miss a lot of even more stuff in chat now. But yeah, this stream doesn't end now. Like, we're just starting. This was just, so for people new here, this was just the warm up. Now we really start into everything. So yeah, it's 12 o'clock or something in Germany is still far away from now. So we have time, I think. That's dedication. Exactly. So the question is, chat. We went a bit out of out of the chronology due to, of course, limited time with Helen. We went through a bit. Don't worry, I won't start at the beginning. Let me just skip through the trailer really quick and see what we might want to talk. Like, we talked about everything here at the beginning. I think we skipped this scene here because, yeah, we saw Nori seeing the meteor landing. We talked a bit about the hobbits. There was in the last stream I did also some not last stream, in my breakdown I also discussed a bit the problem of Tolkien of hobbits having a hobbit that has a writing that can read, and maybe the hobbits having a writing system that makes we start from zero. No, that's not the case. Having a writing system, we discussed this in the last trailer breakdown, so I don't want to repeat myself here. So we maybe jump on. So this scene here looks very familiar. Yeah, 3 hours, brief synopsis. Welcome to my world. Like, I also want to do a separate breakdown that's a bit shorter than this trailer here. And seeing how long this trailer is and how much there is to unpack here, I'd have no idea how I should do this in a reasonable amount of time. Like, the last 1 minute breakdown was almost an hour long. This is like 3.5. Like, how am I supposed to do this? I really like long streams. Pretty awesome. So, yeah, is there much to say? So this scene here is kind of new. From the first trailer, like we had this at the beginning of the trailer, the discussion, they walk here into the cold, we see the eagle, and then it seems like they go into this very cold region in the north and standing on top. Somebody hours ago asked for Celeborn, and where's Celeborn in this? And this is very strange to me. Maybe one of the persons going with her is Celeborn. Maybe this is Celeborn. I don't know. Really hard to tell. Here's also like this sword here. Now remember these swords here that we see and compare them to what we have just seen in this other scene here, which I probably won't find again because it's such a tiny little fragment scene. It's so hard to find. No, I missed it again, chat. Here it is. Like, this sword looks, again, distantly similar, so I assume it's like definitely a Noldor weapon or so. It would be interesting to pinpoint the trajectory of the meteor based upon the location shown in the trailer and where people are turning it. I think Nerd of the Rings did this a little bit. But I found the problem is it's really hard to say. Who of the people is seeing the meteor exactly. So that seems pretty strange. As said here, we discussed this earlier in the stream. If we go to the map here, I have no idea where this is, but a very cold place we know of is definitely here in the north, the Furod Weiss, the northern wastelands, maybe north of Gundabad or so. Let me just bring up the map really quick. Yeah, there are definitely some people who I'm not 100% sure if they look at the meteor. That makes the trajectory pretty difficult to... We also don't know in which direction Galadriel is sailing, because they also look, but potentially not the meteor. I think it's pretty hard to tell. But we have one in Lindon, so it definitely travels past Lindon, that for sure. And it also travels into the south. And then we have to maybe guess where the hobbits live. Like, I'm pretty sure the meteor's here. I'm pretty sure the meteor's somewhere down in the south. Maybe here is Tir Harad. I'm not sure if it's true though. Could be even further south. And we know the hobbits. I don't know where the hobbits live, to be honest. Maybe the hobbits live here somewhere. I would pinpoint them somewhat close to Greenwood the Great, if I'm honest. But just my feeling. Could be completely wrong here. I'm very curious also to learn what this is. or Helcaraxe. I don't think it's Helcaraxe because there was an article and it mentioned basically brought this screenshot into the relation of it being like Galadriel being on an expedition or something, and she's looking for like the murderers of her or the killers of her brothers and is chasing the evil. So it would not make sense. In addition, we see like if we just move back a little bit, like we see this. If you look at this particular screenshot, which of course I have to show you, if you look at this particular screenshot, you see there are mountains here. Like it seems like there's a stony surface below in this shot. Here you have stones. Helcaraxe itself is not made of stone. It's just ice over water. So it should be mainly ice and not. We should not see mountains on it made out of stone. If that makes sense. Also, when they go over Helcaraxe, it should be dark. And here in the distance we see the sun. So that is another indicator. Like at the very end of Helcaraxe, they see the sunrise. I'm pretty sure, but then they're already almost in. Like when the elves basically reach Middle Earth, the elves that went over Helcaraxe. In case people wonder where that is, just always difficult to get everybody on the boat. So there's the West Continent, Aman, and then there is Middle Earth here in the middle, and here on top there's like a frozen connection over the ocean between the West Continent and Middle Earth, and that is called Helcaraxe. So I would definitely argue against this scene here being Helcaraxe. Pretty sure she's an expedition, and if we consider this, it could be somewhere here in the north, but I don't know. Like it's just pure speculation what they think, but this is how I imagine the Forward Wise, for example. And we know that somewhere in the very far north we also discussed this Melkor, or Morgoth as he's then called, this guy here. Shoutouts to Kimberly80, fantastic artwork, really like it. Melkor had, or Morgoth had, this time he was still called Melkor though, had his first big fortress he had was called Udun, or Utumno. And you remember like Gandalf standing on the bridge and calling the Balrog Flame of Udun. And Udun is like his first fortress, so from a very, very ancient time. And it is even, I don't know, further north than this. So maybe she's going close there and looking for evil to hide there. I'm not sure. It's definitely not in the books that she does this, but that's at least one explanation. OMG, 3 hours. Like when the first teaser dropped, it's not the longest stream. I'm not sure what the longest stream on this channel is. Can I bring this up? Pretty hard to tell. I think when one of the longest stream must be over 5 hours. I see one time 5 hours 30. Yeah, when the first image I think dropped, I made a stream that was like 5 hours 32. So that might be around about the longest I ever did. So that we have still a bit of room. I don't plan to overcoming me there, but definitely know that there is yeah, usually we go for some time. Wouldn't Utumno be gone at this point though? Yeah, I would agree. It is like, if we look, I'm not the biggest expert on what the exact path of Middle Earth went down. Like in theory, some speculate, I don't know, that if Utumno is somewhere here, or maybe it is even in Forohel, or in the Bay of Forohel or so. I'm not sure what a good theory on this is, but it could be sunk into the ocean as well. Hard to tell though. I'm not 100% confident if it is. In theory, it should be gone though. But maybe she's not going directly to Utumno. Maybe she goes close to it and there are some ancient, I don't know, watchtowers, caves, mountain fortresses that were once part of it or so, and maybe she looks there that did not get destroyed or anything. I can't imagine that because, as I said, it's pure speculation. It's not in the books. It is, as a result, very difficult to do this. He loves that map, let him be. I really love the map, I have to agree. So, yeah, pretty hard to tell what's going on. But we know from the first teaser trailer, now it becomes tricky finding the scene. We have her climbing out. As said, here we have the same scene in the first teaser, and here we see two people below her. And she climbs up, it seems, and then later, here's also her dagger that is very reminiscent of the two trees of Valinor. And she looks up, and then later we have the... I'm not sure where it is now. Here it is. They seem to be inside like a snowy cave. I know, an old mine or something. We have this ice troll attacking them. And here in this scene, I assume they climb up here. They talk here and looking for evil at icy places. It seems like on this shot you also see her having like a map or something in her hand. Let me just see if I can zoom in a bit. Like it's a map or an old text or something that says, yeah, he's somewhere here is something. I'm not sure. Difficult to foretell what the exact reason behind this is. But I really like the shot, I have to say. It's a shot I would not have expected. She also has the dagger with her. It's not Celeborn. I know Celeborn has silver hair, to be precise, but considering that a lot of hair colors and details are off in this show, I'm not sure. And there's a certain elf we see a few times. Not sure if it's him though, but he definitely is. It's one of her companions. So I'm not sure if he has pointy ears, to be honest. No, I think he has, but no, not 100% sure. Death of a Plume would be great. It would be interesting to see, but as said, it seems very unusual. I don't think so. After Clueless, the world was made round. Lands appear, landscape changes. Yeah, I agreed. I like the phrasing. Having fortresses that survived the changing of the world, kinda sus. Yeah, I mean not any like God himself changed the shape of the world, so it's definitely a big thing. Though at this time Numenor could be still around, the world could still be flat. Complicated topic. Don't start with gil-galad's hair. It's black because he's finger on sun. Well, let's not go into this direction. And there's another scene, like there are multiple ice scenes here. I assume this here has also to do. She has like companions and they just hugging together, going through this scene here. If we zoom in a little bit, you see like It simply looks too similar to be like a different scene. I'm pretty sure it's exactly this. And we have like this ice cave, which is definitely related. Here we see the hand of the ice troll from the other trailer. But I can't really tell you who built this, what is this for. We don't see too many details here. Wait a second. Okay, I wait here. I mean, the Balrogs hit Tumno after the war. Well, we know one Balrog hit under the Misty Mountains, which was Durin's Bane. The other Balrogs, like, there can't be that many Balrogs that survived. Maybe 2 or 3 at most. Maybe it is even possible that maybe Durin Spain is the only surviving Balrog, I guess. And yeah, here we see, and then we later in the I made a little video which I posted on Twitter. I also want to post it on Instagram because it's like 5 seconds long, where I put Dark Souls sounds under this roll here. Let me see if I find it. Here we see the other scene. We come to that in a moment. We see Galadriel fighting the snow troll here. I really like this. She does like a roll and then attacks it. Dark Souls sounds fit perfectly. Like I said, post it on Twitter. I will post it on Instagram, but Instagram would not let me upload. I think some social media platforms have trouble today. So there's a problem. Though here we see the other scene. Here we see him now. He has nothing to cover his head now, which is different in the other trailer, as said earlier. In trailer 1, we have all of them cover this, let's call it headgear, and these people down here. And like I said, I could imagine that maybe, I don't know, he's like one of the closer persons. I'm not sure if he is the same person, though we see him standing on top or not. Really hard to tell. Yeah, it's not directly in photo-wise. It's still relatively... Angband. Angband is... if we go back to the map, Angband would be, I don't know... Okay, now I'm... did something... Oh, now it works. Sorry, Angband. Like you see... It's hard to say. Angband would be here in the ocean. The first fortress, the second fortress of Sauron. That I would exclude. But let us, yeah. Like I assume maybe this guy she's standing on top, or that is hanging there. Maybe that is the same, or it's another person. Also in this scene. Here we see, maybe it's him again, standing again. So she does a barrel roll. Not barrel roll, she just rolls under the attack of this snow, or this ice troll. And here is also a person standing here in the background. And he's also hanging while climbing there, and ice breaks down. He seems to be very confident hanging there, I have to admit. Not sure if he's the same. Maybe-ish. I'm not sure, chat. Am I watching Lord of the Rings or The Witcher? Why not both? Yeah, the Carndum has not existed yet. It is built in this later in the Third Age. In the middle of it, kind of. I forgot the exact date when the Angmar War starts. I never can memorize it. Like 1300, 1400, roundabout. Maybe somebody knows the exact date. Then the realm of Angmar is founded according to Appendix B. And I assume, like, when Carndum is built, we don't know exactly, to be honest, but the Angmar War starts very late. So yeah, we covered now quite a few scenes. So I don't know. It seems unusual that Galadriel is standing here on top of this mountain. Or this it seems, at least I have the feeling it is on top of that. And they're maybe discussing the further way or so. I don't know. Maybe they're not happy and they... do we really have to go there? Yeah, when what is left, some wobbly feet. So, yeah, we have this scene. I'm not 100% sure if there's anything I can really add to this. Definitely it seems like these scenes are related. I really like the eyes on the boot. No, it's not a boot, but you know what I mean. On the foot. Here we get a close shot of the sword. It also looks like pretty... It has seen better days, it kind of feels. Then, yeah, we discussed this scene here a little bit. Elrond is talking to Galadriel, and he says it's over or something. And I assume he talks about the evil. It was destroyed in the War of Wrath, which ended the First Age, and where Morgoth was defeated. We have this another beautiful artwork by an artist called Firat Solan. He does like a lot of Warhammer artwork actually, but he did also a portrayal of the War of Wrath, which I really like. And he gave me permission to use it, so why should I not do this? And yeah, the War of Wrath ended, and the evil was defeated there. Though, interestingly, maybe this is like a process, if that makes sense. It's a process maybe for Elrond, but Elrond also describes in The Lord of the Rings, just see, I don't have it open here. Let me just see if I can find the quote really quick. Maybe this is very late. Like, this quote is from the Lord of the Rings, from the Council of Elrond, so somewhat up to 6,000, I don't know, 500 years later, almost 6,400 years later, in the worst case scenario, depending on when this dialogue is, probably a little bit less. Let me just see. I don't find the quote as fast as I would have wished. Maybe I also remember the exact stage. The exact quote wrong. Of course, I'm just too bad at... I found it, finally. So Elrond says in the council of in his council in The Lord of the Rings, Third Age 3018, I remember well the splendor of their banners, he said. It recalled me to the glory of the elder days and the hosts of Beleriand. So many great princes and captains were assembled, and yet not so many nor so fair as when Thangorodrim was broken, and the elves deemed that evil was ended forever, and it was not so. So that is an interesting point that Elrond makes here in the Council of Elrond, which they maybe try to play a little bit upon. So what he basically describes is the Army of the Last Alliance, and it reminded the Army of the Last Alliance remembered him of the First Age army. Let me just see what you see on the screen of the what you see on the screen of the War of Wrath. Thangorodrim was the part of the second fortress of Morgoth in the First Age, and it was destroyed, and the towers of Sangorodrim were destroyed in different ways, you could say. And yeah, he describes that the elves thought that the evil was ended forever, but it was not so. The question what is open here in this phrasing is, did Elrond himself think that this was the case? Maybe the showrunners interpret this into this direction, that Elrond did not also thought it's over, as he says here in this show, in this scene here. And Galadriel is maybe one of the elves who said, no, it's not over. So I could imagine that this is exactly what they might reference here. Because from retrospect, of course, Elrond can say, and the elves deemed that evil was ended forever, and it was not so. So this is potentially what is referenced here. Yeah, Elrond was definitely present at this. Unfortunately, we have to leave right away as well. Thank you very much. If you have time to desire tomorrow evening, please contact us on Twitter. Sure, I try to contact you people. Thank you for staying so long. Like, you just stayed here for 3.5 hours. That is quite a bit. But yeah, it is definitely always difficult here on my side to find an end to a stream. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed the stream, and yeah, maybe I try to contact you. Don't worry. Just have to end the stream and get some rest. But yeah, thank you for staying so long, and really an honor that Tolkien experts here watched this so long. It was a pleasure. Awesome to hear. I'm not. Great job, Chris and Helen. Yeah, we're still not stopping here. So chat, don't worry. We are not ending. We have to, like a lot of people sometimes don't want to listen 3 hours to this, or don't want to. Is not the right wording. Don't have the time to listen to the stream for 4 hours or whatever. But yeah, so. This is maybe what they might going for, I could imagine. But we will find out in a moment. Not in a moment, like in a few weeks, we hopefully find it out. Yeah, then it's interestingly cut, because now we have the ice stuff. We talked about this already. And we have this scene here. This scene, by the way, we see, if you look closely to her hair, you see these... flowers or maybe laurels in her hair. And if we remember one of the postings of the distant past, one of the very early screenshots, this one here, she meets Elrond in Lindon. And if we look at this, this might be this particular scene, because if we look at the color of the background, it is definitely definitely similar. Let me just see if I can zoom in a bit. Like, if we look at her, we don't need the arrow, I assume. We just try to zoom in a bit. See, this might be the laurels here. What we see in her hair. Just could be a stretch. The background colors also somewhat matching. So maybe it's just now that we see this particular scene here in this one here. Like, could be that. And she's talking to Elrond here too as well. Really, really hard to tell. But it's just a short snippet here. Then we see the ice cave. We have discussed this a lot. And now, chronologically, let me just continue this dialogue. Is there anything else? Yeah, this we already also mentioned here. Maybe we discuss this place here for a moment, because Does somebody have a good idea where this might be? Like, it looks a bit distantly. No, I have no idea where this might be. Like, this was one of the scenes I looked at and thought, interesting. Where could this be? I hope chat has some good ideas. Could this be Numenor? Like, if we look at the Numenorian map, let us see. We have one that I could show here on screen. Do we see a big body of water? Like, it looks like, I don't know, there's an island over there, so this could be a big river or so. Or it could be a big lake. You know what I mean? But that seems strange, because maybe there are some famous lakes on Numenor, but currently I could not come up with any lake. Could be the Grey Havens. Yeah, that is a possibility. Though the Grey Havens, would it look like this? Like, they are more at the ocean. I don't know. I haven't, no. The problem is it's zoomed out quite a lot. This screenshot here. Maybe let me try to zoom in a bit. That's not working here. That's unfortunate. We have some bridges, so it seems like the boats are too hard to see. Else we could have maybe considered the boats. Romena. I'm not sure. Romena would be here. In the Romena you have like a bay, and at the very end of it, in it you have, of course, this, but this looks more, it's like surrounded by too much surrounded by water. You know what I mean? It looks different. It could be Mislond, definitely a possibility, because we have like havens, but we also have long bridges that go. I mean, Mislond, would this make sense? Like, let us just skip to Mislond really quick. Like, Mislond would be, I don't know, somewhere here on the map. Blue Mountains, west of, I don't know, the Shire and Rivendell. Not sure if this would perfectly fit, to be honest. It looks like a bend in a very large river. Yeah, it is. That is a possibility. But what might speak for Mislond or some city here is that it has a connection with a bridge to both sides. I think the bridges are not mentioned, but we know that Lindon has, of course, Forlindon and Harlindon. Maybe these bridges connect to these parts there, and it is actually one of these places. It says very dry, yeah. It's also very, like, there are also a lot of mountains. Another possibility, could this be on Valinor? No, I don't think that would also make any sense. For me, it seems kind of strange. I don't see it being Numenor, though that would be my first impression from the architecture, because the architecture here looks suddenly a bit less elvish, I think, than we have seen before. But yeah, it's a very strange. Umbar is located in the desert. Potentially in the desert. I think we don't know this exactly. It could... Maybe this is the capital of Numenor. Maybe... Let me... Oh, I have to move this stuff back. Let me see. Where's Numenor? No, I can't really zoom in too much here. It's just too nightmarish. The map is too big to zoom a lot. But let's say we have a river that goes. Maybe it's a really, really big river that goes into this direction. Maybe this is like, I don't know, an outlier of the big mountain in the center of the island. And we know that there are also in the hills or so, there are also graves for the kings. Maybe this is what we see here in this middle. Let me just go back in this middle area here. It doesn't really. I agree on it. It doesn't really 100% fit, but I don't know. I don't have a really good idea for it. Not gonna lie. Floods everywhere. It's like a fjord. Yeah, also a possibility. Elgarest or Brisombar. An interesting idea. Pelargir would be also a very interesting idea, but I think Pelargir doesn't. Well, you are not wrong though. Pelargir is built in the Second Age at some point. It existed, I think, before Gondor existed, if I'm not 100%. Exactly, Pelargir, like Minas Tirith would be here on the map. I think Pelargir is here somewhere, if I'm not completely mistaken. King's Landing. No, I don't think that's true. We can exclude that one. Yeah, maybe it could be. It's an interesting idea because we have the rivers you have to cross on both sides. That's a really interesting idea. Because we know that Numenor at some point creates all these settlements. So, might be a possibility. We also, I don't know, it's probably not Londyre or so. I think it's Vinyamar is a potential other name for it, but it's just a speculation of Christopher Tolkien that these two names, these two places with named Londyre and Vinyamar are the same, but yeah, difficult topic. I'm not sure if that would work. There are not enough rivers for that, so that doesn't really work. But I really like the idea of Pelargir. It's a very interesting one. Why is city so green? I don't know. Maybe they like it green. I'm not sure. But yeah, from the screenshot, I think we won't get from this image in the trailer, we won't get a good answer. I sadly, when I watched the trailer for the first time, nothing came to my mind what this could be. So I don't know. Mislon definitely is not a terrible guess. I have to admit. Though it seems a bit strange that it's so rocky, but maybe like we discussed that basically the mountains were ripped apart and this could kind of fit, and that everything is built there on mountains and so on. So yeah, maybe it's definitely possible that this is the capital, one of the bigger cities or capital of Lindon, Mislond. We definitely have ships and so havens. Makes kind of sense. Yeah, exactly. A Pelargir was built by Numenor, so it could have looked pretty advanced. But as said, very difficult to tell. Something like this. So since we can't come to a really good conclusion, we may just move on, so we get something done today. Yeah, and then the story continues, and Galadriel says she has seen a thing or two. And here we have another interesting scene. So we see Galadriel in ashes. If you have seen the this teaser, this image here of this stream, the thumbnail I made, I used this particular scene. It's in the thumbnail. It was published in Entertainment Weekly. There was a screenshot that had a really good resolution, so I used that instead. And the trailer wasn't out when I made the thumbnail, so I need to use something. I knew it was in the trailer. And yeah, we see Galadriel covered in ashes or so. And remember, Pelargir was built by the faithful. That is correct, yeah. It was definitely built by the faithful. But yeah, it's hard to say if more like Great Hills. Interested. So the first impression I got here, because we see this red color, we see, I guess, maybe smoke or so in the background for this particular image. And much further, we see Galadriel covered in... I could imagine it's like ash from all the burning. And she talks about what she has seen. Maybe this is now a flashback to the First Age, and I would assume it's maybe the Battle of Sudden Flame. Like, I don't have really a much better idea of what this could be. It could be like a flashback, a memory or so. Can I asking Kilimo, did you switch the forges up to 11 again? Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, either it's that or it is really the Battle of Sudden Flame. Because when I think of flame, that is the first thing that comes to mind. The Elvish name, of course, Dagor Bragolach, which is a really strange name in my opinion, but it has to be the ships burning and making and the king slaying. Well, I would say in the first kinslaying not many ships were burned directly. They were burned after like if we go back to this map here, let me just look it for a moment. Let me just see, where is the map again? So the elves had to sail basically from, let's say, somewhere up here. Like, first they stole the ships, then they had to... No. Not sure if they sailed directly from there. Well, whatever, that's just a minor detail. They had to sail to Middle-earth. And to Beleriand, to be precise. And then on the other side, we have another fantastic Ted Naismith artwork here. Let's see if I find it quick enough. Should be this one here. And then when he landed there, he burned the ships. But I don't think like he would burn the ships and Galadriel would look like this. He would have to be really close. And most likely, in most versions, Galadriel walks over to Middle-earth and is not getting to Middle-earth by ship. There's one version where she gets to Middle-earth by ship, but she's not part of this particular group here that burns the ships on the other side. Like Fëanor and his sons and so on. It is, yeah, quite tragic. I don't think that this might be really the case here in this particular scene here. I would suggest it really is like it looks like it must have been a terrible event for her. And in the Dagor Bragolach, we know that her brothers Angrod and Aignor both were slain in this battle. So, and she talks about her brothers revenging them, finding the enemy that is responsible for this and so on. So in this context, like if you want to explain the death of Galadriel's other two brothers, the Dagor Bragolach would be definitely an interesting point. And then beyond that, we also have and then later Finrod's death, who was killed by Sauron in Tol Sirion. So, or at Tol Sirion, on Tol Sirion, whatever the correct English preposition here is. But you know what I mean. Yeah, that would be my suggestion. And I think that's a pretty solid one. besides of Celebrimbor putting up the the furnaces to 11, but I think that definitely could work. So if we move further, we now see this scene. And first I thought these scenes might be connected in some shape or form, but I think they are not. Because we see like a lot of people and they are underwater. And we see buildings underwater. We discussed this with Helen literally hours ago. And I think though, if we look at this picture and we, like, if I can maybe play this here a bit. If you see this, like, you know this camera movement? It has this distinct underwater camera movement, like, and the people float here. Could be, and we see here on top a water surface. So I really think this here might be a place underwater. We also see the structure here in the background. Sure, it could be above the water, maybe a weird reflection or so, but I think this might be the downfall of Numenor, because that's one of the only things I can think of. Another option would be, this is the very, very end of the War of Wrath. Like, in the War of Wrath, we discussed this earlier in the stream, we had here Beleriand, and it was also sunk into the ocean at some point, and then it was gone. Maybe this is what happens here, and these are just, I don't know, it's the flooding of Beleriand, and these are all the dead that were slain there, now are swimming in the water. It's really hard to tell, though. It's not described like this. Maybe this is like an ancient city or whatever. But I would agree it's Numenor, the downfall of Numenor. I would also think. Yeah, exactly. I assume this is like a flash forward. Like, she sees the future. Like, we have these scenes that maybe give like a contrast. Galadriel has seen things that Elrond hasn't seen. Elrond wasn't born in the Battle of Sudden Flame. Elrond wasn't even born there at this time. Galadriel, though, has lost her brothers in there and she was around. We also see this little, sparks flying around here and there. So it seems like definitely fire is involved, and I get like a smoke and ashes impression. And there's a battle with fire in it, in its name, so maybe it has to do with that. And this is maybe in contrast, something that might happen in the future, the downfall of Numenor. Yeah, so these both scenes are not actually related. This is the past, this is the future. Both are equally terrible, if that makes sense. And this is maybe what she fears. Rebo, when does Beleriand sink? It's a very good question. I would assume still during the First Age. Yeah, when Beleriand was broken. I think that is the War of Wrath. Yeah, that is also a possibility. I agree on that. It could be like, one option would be this is maybe also the end of the War of Wrath, though. There is a detail, though, that makes this unlike... this can't be the War of Wrath, because Galadriel is not there in the War of Wrath. She leaves Beleriand earlier. So she is... Oh, I forgot to switch the scene. Sorry, chat. So this scene here is not the War of Wrath, because Galadriel is not in the War of Wrath. But she is around... She's not directly mentioned to fight in the Battle of Sudden Flame, but... yeah, she could have been there, though. And she definitely lost something there. And this, though, I assume is the future. But as Jacob64 said, this could definitely also be maybe the end of Beleriand. when it was he writes it was broken in flames. So there's definitely the possibility. Back again, welcome back, Rosie Gumchi. Yeah, or it's like in contrast, the other was like a very tragic event in the past for Galadriel, where she lost 2 brothers in a terrible battle, in a terrible war, called the War of Sudden Flame, the Dagor Bragolach. And this is the future, where like Numenor is destroyed, and Numenor is a very insanely powerful ally of the elves during the Second Age. So, also, it seems very terrifying. I could also imagine that it's a foresight of maybe Eregion being destroyed or so, but the problem with Eregion is it is underwater. That seems not fitting, and the buildings seem to be underwater as well. So you see there's a water surface up here. And something is burning also on the surface, maybe sticking out. This could be like the temple of Sauron in Numenor later. I'm not sure. And there's a mention of Galadriel defending, like in the first, the people of her mother in the first kinslaying. So she can definitely fight. Probably they stretch it out here a bit and make it more, but I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's a good point that Mark does. Maybe this vision here, because she sees the future, maybe she that is a reason for her to go to Numenor and warn them. This could be your future. Please don't go this path. Definitely a possibility. Here we see a very impressive ship. Here I would definitely say though, and this image in of itself, it offers 2 interpretations. This is a Numenorian ship. Maybe the Numenorians, some Numenorian diplomats traveled to Lindon, and this is Lindon. Maybe we can find something, like, look at this particular structure here. We also have these high mountains and these kind of towers with their golden roofs. And this is definitely, like, we know from the beginning of the first teaser here, that this, like, you see this design here of the ship, it looks so similar to this one, just much smaller. So I would assume this is a Numenorian ship. So 100% it's a Numenorian ship. Since like on this image here, you also see like Romena. This is Tolwinen. This is Kalmindon, the lighthouse, whatever it's called in English. So it totally fits. This looks pretty much like Numenor. The rest, though, looks a bit like, I don't know. It's really hard to tell if this is the same or not. Like, these towers look maybe distantly similar to this tower here, but I don't know. If we go back again, like there was this place. Does this look somewhat similar? Do we see like the structure that we have seen there? No, not really. I know, it kind of looks different. Can't put my hand on it though, but it's really hard to say. It could be Numenor, it could be maybe again Lindon. I assume it's Numenor because it's a Numenorian ship, 100%. This screenshot, by the way, was also known already because it was like used on the Amazon page as like a background page or so, and some people extracted it, a background image. So we knew it already, but yeah, it's basically this statue we also see in the first trailer right at the beginning. See, now the camera is just flying up here and we see this part. It's pretty clear in my opinion. This scene we already discussed last time, I think, with quite a bit of detail. Didn't we, chat? This time the quality on my end is at least a bit better. We definitely see these two guards here. So there seem to be guards of Lindon. I assume this is Elrond, but usually his clothes don't fit. Like here, his clothes look more green, while in the other screenshots we have seen, they're more gray. And some suggested maybe this is Celebrimbor. But now that we have seen Elrond here, also with green robes. That's also an interesting detail here. In this shot here, is maybe Kirith written on his back, but I can't read it, to be honest. Like, I'm not 100% sure what is written here. If it's just accidental, it's just like some pattern for fashion sake. Hard to say. Elrond says my top complaint, but yeah, definitely that will be a huge complaint for a lot of people, I think. But he, in this scene, he wears like green bluish clothes, and that fits much better to this scene here now. So it kind of makes sense. And we also see gil-galad talking to him, maybe sending him in on a mission or so. Here in this scene, it's definitely gil-galad. And here we also kind of see like the background. Like we see, this makes sense that this is maybe in Mislond or so, because here we see the ocean, here we see mountains to the left, to the right. This is like a huge bay area. There are some cities left and right and so on. So yeah, it kind of makes sense that Elrond stands there. Also, now his clothes are also fitting to the scene we have seen here, this one. So I assume these scenes are connected. Celebrimbor should be above duty, the smith. Oh, he's a jewel smith. I guess that is still a different from a classic blacksmith. Swinging his mighty hammer all day. So yeah, I don't know. Not much to tell here. They're talking. Also, gil-galad warns Elrond, I think, in this scene. Let me see if I mute this here because I don't need it anymore. I can maybe listen to the to what he says really quick. Then I can. Okay, I just screwed up. Colors. Okay, it says the darkness will, I think, march over the face of the earth. Something like this. So, yeah, as said, it maybe warns him that there might be some darkness left in the world. Though, as we discussed earlier, of course, Elrond is very young at the beginning of the Second Age. But as said, he potentially is still considered a lawmaster and very wise. And he also has a gift of foresight, so Elrond definitely has doesn't need to be portrayed as very naive or so. I don't know. I've asked my wife. Do elves call it Earth or Arda? Just came to me. They that's a good point, to be honest. But of course one can argue it means basically or exactly that, but you might be right. No, the meaning is not exactly the same, I think, but it's definitely inspired from it. I have to admit, I also really like Bree as a place in Tolkien's world. And I think it's around also since the Second Age. Could be even older than that. It's a very interesting place. It's a very old place. So, I'm not sure. Do we have more to discuss here? Like this screenshot in the last breakdown in the last trailer, we also discussed quite a bit. I really like it, I have to admit. Like how it looks. And it's definitely this place we know from the other teaser already. Like there is the, as I call it, the soup bowl place, this one here. Here you see this, you see this tree, you see the white trees, the structure here and so on. And yeah, we later definitely see it here as well. So it's the same place. And yeah, next scene, quite interesting as well. We see like this group marching up like a stone path. And here I read, like if you look closely, we see this person here leading the orcs. And he seems to be Adar. He's considered like an elf and like a villain. And if we move back here, we have I already showed you the image a moment ago or some time ago. And on this image, we also see a sword, which is very interesting. It's somewhat similar to the sword that the potential Oath of Feanor seen in this trailer. The swords we have seen there is somewhat similar, but it looks kind of twisted from that, which I find very interesting as an idea. That he has some connection to the House of Feanor. Adar is like a new character who's a potential villain. He's like an elf, and he is like, I don't know, corrupted in some form, or I don't. He's not in the book, so he's not a book character. He's completely made up, but he seems to be one of the villains. And so far, the leaked name for him is, I think, Adar, which means father, if I remember correctly. What does everyone think of this Adar? I don't know. We know so little about him. Of course, we know there can be corrupted elves. It's not like that. But yeah, I don't know. What I think though, when we see this particular part here of the teaser trailer, this was the first one. We have this scene here with the tower in the second teaser, this one here. And at the very beginning, we saw this place here. We see this in this, that was the last teaser published. And we see these two people on the bridge. And this bridge leads to this tower here. My assumption would be that this is connected to the scene that we just discussed here. This one here. That this is the exact, they're now in front of the bridge and going to this tower. And we see these are orcs, of course. And I think IGN was the website that published these orc screenshots a while ago. And showed us how the orcs in the might look. Let me just see here by IGN. And maybe this is the entrance to the tower, to the bottom. Like they go over this bridge that we have seen here in the in the first teaser trailer, right at the beginning here. Go over this bridge. Maybe now they are inside some ruins and this leads up to the tower or so. Maybe Arondir and is hiding there or so, or is now in big trouble. Pretty hard to say. But I would say these scenes are definitely connected. I see quite a few orcs coming in this direction. It seems like this corrupted elf Adar is leading them. Like he seems to be their leader. That would be my prediction there for it. But I guess it's pretty easy to predict, right? So let me just look it up really quick. Somebody asked if it's a Quenya word. I would assume it is. No, it's Atar, the Quenya word. Maybe it's the Sindarin form. Atar would be the Quenya form. It means father, and Arda and Adar. No, Arda. It's pronounced the stress should be on the first syllable. Whatever, it doesn't. Adar also means father and is Sindarin. So that is the Sindarin form. Yes. So yeah, pretty hard to tell. I definitely think these scenes here are all connected. There's this orc screenshot here. There's another one that also has like orcs with torches in a building. I think here this last one. And if you look closely, like this guy, I would say this dude here is definitely this guy from the IGN screenshot. So it looks so similar with this, it's called helmet or so. Quite interesting. Why is Fëanor? And yeah, they go somewhere. Then this scene we also have seen already. We have the elven ship and the elves on it. And last time I also showed you the beautiful artwork of Ted Naismith with the swan ships that get pulled by the swans of the Teleri. And yeah, this is of course not the same, but seeing elven ships and elves and white birds in my mind makes totally sense. So I really like this scene here. Though I don't know what these elves are looking at. We discussed this in a lot of detail last time. And now, what we see here, like last time my idea was that either this is another vision of Galadriel into the future when she actually sails west, because this scene, like, it looks kind of the sun goes down, so it could be in the direction of west. It can't be the two trees of Valinor, as I explained earlier, because it would make very little sense geographically, because there's like this massive mountain range in front of it, and her ship has to be really well precise to look through Kalakiria, in my opinion. The other possibility would be this is like the first sunrise or something like this. And she sees this, and the other trailer we have seen, the last teaser trailer, we also went into the scene here. This one here, the same. And here we see them looking like amazed. This seems like the clothes also seem to be fit quite well for this scene. And here we see definitely she's looking away, and then suddenly there's light coming in the distance. Maybe this is indeed the first sunrise or something, because it seems like they're really staring at light. And there are not that many light sources that are this bright, that are so fascinating, except for the two trees and maybe the sun when it first rises. The first sun did rise west. Yeah, that is true. Because it was created there. Basically, it was created, went up, and then just vanished again, sunk in the west. And then it came up in the east again. So that's at least how I imagine it. So maybe it's not, I don't know, maybe it's the second day, or I don't know. She should sail to the east, so I don't know. It's hard to tell what the intentions. I'm very curious to see what this means exactly when we later see the series. Also, important plot point, but I wonder if we see sea serpents, since much of this takes place on the water, and fire drakes are so first age. That's an interesting idea. Very curious what this be. I also had the theory that the ship maybe breaks because Galadriel is basically sailing west, and some versions that Tolkien wrote, she's banned sailing or returning to Valinor. He's banned from entering Aman. Maybe that is why the ship sinks and gets into a storm. Maybe she's the reason for that. She's the cause. Could be a possibility. Maybe they sent Galadriel west, or maybe she's sailing to Numenor. I don't know. There's so many possibilities. It's really hard to tell. For me, it makes very little sense what we see here, I have to admit, though. Like, just from the book's perspective, lore-wise, it simply doesn't work out. We discussed this like a lot last stream and in the breakdown video I made. So, I don't know. Mermaids also an interesting topic, because I think in some version there's actually a mention of those, but don't ask me. Maybe it was also just the wife of Osse. Uinen is her name. We talked about Tol Uinen, which is named after her. But yeah, maybe we just move on, because we just want to finish. This screenshot, we also see this symbol here. We have, as mentioned, seen it at the beginning here of the, I think it was the first teaser trailer. So this is now the third here that we are currently discussing. And yeah, this must be Numenor, maybe in the street. Interestingly, now we see it a bit more clearly, that there is a person in front of Miriel. And this is actually this is Pharazôn, which is quite interesting. And she looks up for whatever reason. And we see guards here on both sides, which is also interesting in my opinion. And some speculate it might be the flowers of the Nimlos, the white tree of Numenor. The white tree of Gondor is also related to this tree, which sounds strange, but it is true. Let me just see. Naismith also made a beautiful artwork of the white tree of Gondor. Which is always awesome to show here. Where we see a lot of politics of Numenor, the entire. I would imagine so. Yeah, they have like a huge, massive. What do you call this stage? Like, they built a lot in Numenor, and I assume they would not go in so much effort depicting Numenor if Numenor would be just briefly shown there. However, I don't think it is possible that these white flowers are of Nimlos, of course. But here in this scene, we see like fire here in the background, so it looks like she's walking through Numenor streets, and the white tree would be close to would be in the garden of the palace. And as a result, I don't think like it should not be like it looks. This place here looks more casually, if it makes sense. Though very important persons are standing here in this street, so I don't know. But it's kind of interesting. Now we notice who's in front of her, which is Pharazôn. They're going to I'm not sure what they will do. Maybe they go into this direction. Like, there is a lot of politics and problems inside of Numenor. Numenor is just a place that has a lot of, let's call it, inner political conflict. So it makes sense to depict it this way, if that makes sense. But pretty hard to say how much it would compare to, for example, Game of Thrones. But I would say showing the politics and the inner conflict of Numenor is not wrong if you want to portray the downfall of Numenor, because there definitely it has this notion to it in a way, because you have two opposing factions, you have different people or going for power over Numenor, and then you have another faction coming to Numenor later, and from this perspective, it just goes downward, quite literally. So there's that. But so I don't know. Is there anything left to say about this particular scene? Probably not. Though there were some interesting screenshots of Numenor. I showed some of them already. Let me just see if I find them really quick, because this might remind me of something. Yeah, here. Oh, this is an interesting note we maybe put in, because there is more stuff happening in Numenor. There is like a little, I wouldn't call it family photo, but it kind of is. And we always asked ourselves, let me just see if I find the poster really quick. As the Empire magazine, the Internet Empire, the Entertainment Weekly, also published some information and stuff today, which is related mostly to Numenor, and there was some quite interesting stuff. Like remembered that we had one person, this one here, from the posters, and we always asked ourselves who that might be. Like, I couldn't really find out. I thought it would be maybe an elf, though his spell didn't look very elvish, to be honest. So I don't know, maybe some noble or so. And it is actually, we now know who this is, and we also have like a reveal of quite a few characters here. We have this photo from the Entertainment Weekly. Shoutouts to them. Link is in the description in case you're interested in the article. Maybe check it out. And in this article, we see this person here, which is this person from the poster. And in the article, he was called, I think, Kemen or something like this. I don't know I couldn't find a translation for this. But he is the son of Pharazôn, which makes no sense at all, I think, at least. And so here we see Pharazôn sitting in the middle. This is Miriel. We like in the screenshot, in this scene we just talked about in last trailer, she was revealed. Here in this scene, she looks up and so on. In this teaser now we see Pharazôn, and he was already now revealed in this article here by Entertainment Weekly. And next to him we see another reveal. Now we know how Elendil might look. This is Elendil, and these are his two children. And here, this woman in a red dress, we always thought that she would have that her name would be Karine. But this is not true. In the article, it was revealed that her actual name is Eärien. And Eärien translates to Maiden of the Sea or Daughter of the Sea or something. I also think I posted this already in some Twitter thing I posted earlier today. And it's a Quenya name, and as a result, it fits better. Like Karine could have also been some weird Quenya name, but it made not really sense. Like I couldn't find a good translation of this. Like you could maybe make a translation of Carine from I think to make, and then put an ending to it that is like a diminutive, like I don't know. In German it's Verniedlichungsform. And it made no sense, but it seems it was just a placeholder name, and now her name is Earian, and it means, as said, it's Quenya, it means daughter or maiden of the sea. And it fits, of course, to her brother Isildur, which is also a Quenya name. And also, like, there was a very little drop in this article, because in the books, this man here in the middle, Elendil has only 2 sons. And here we see a son and a daughter. In the article, it was though mentioned that Anarion is also in the show, but he is not shown at the start. So maybe he comes later in the season into the series, or another season. I don't know. But no, it's not gender swap Anarion. Anarion seems to be in the show. He's just not shown like in the early stage of the show, which I have to admit makes me a bit quite positive, because I would really like to see Anarion, the younger brother of Isildur, and who is later the ruler with like Elendil rules over the North Kingdom, Arnor, and is the High King of all kingdoms. And Isildur and Anarion rule over Gondor together. And then after Elendil's and Anarion's death, Isildur rules over Arnor and gives the reign of Gondor to the son of Anarion. And so the line of Anarion, basically, the kings of Gondor after that are from the line of Anarion, and the kings of Arnor, like for example Aragorn from the Lord of the Rings, is a descendant of Isildur, and the line of Isildur are the kings of the North Kingdom. So that's, in my opinion, pretty good news that we actually learn that Anarion is in the show, but they won't show him, at least if the article is right. Though all they now did is they added a sister to it, which is not in the books, and I would find this very strange. Why are I like this comment. Why does Farazon look like Jack Black? Well, now that you said it, it looks kind of similar. I see the similarity now. I like that. I find this kind of funny, but I can imagine. I don't know. We have to see how well these actors play and work out at the end. But I just found this a very interesting detail. We also see, of course, Miriel here in this scene, and this is how we actually came to the screenshot. The guy that's not looking at the camera. I don't know. It's interesting. This is, I assume this is 100% like a press photo shooting or so with the actors in their costumes or so. I think it's not a real scene from the film, but from the series, but I don't know. It's really hard to tell, but I personally like that they changed the name of the sister, even though there is no sister, but whatever. And I also really like that I thought it was Jack Black for a split second too. I forgot the name of the actor, sadly. But let me see. Does my bot work at some point today? I know what's wrong with the bot today. The bot works, chat. Finally. So that's the link to the article in chat. And also the link to the teaser number 3. Also link that in chat in case you're interested. Finally, after just several hours of streaming, the bots start working today. I don't know why that is, but yeah. I can't unsee Jack Black, so if we would pull out a guitar and start singing, it would be pretty epic, I have to admit, and pretty funny. Just imagine the series, the Amazon series is really successful, and it gets a parody, and then Farazan is played by Jack Black. That would be really funny. Like, there's at least potential to have a lot of fun with this. Yeah, the shield also gives me some Greek vibes. I agree on that. But yeah, shall we move on, because we discussed this part here already. I just thought it would be interesting to addition to the discussion here. There was also this scene here where we see some Numenorean Pharazôn and some Numenorean nobles. Maybe now we see him a bit better on screen. But yeah, pretty cool. They're very colorful. Here, interesting detail on this one in particular. I can't sadly tell you anything about it, unfortunately. I would love to. But if you look, there are letters on her robes here. I can't really translate them though. They looked at first, I thought, Tolkien at some point had created an also an alphabet, which I forgot what it was called, to be honest. There was later was there was a writing system for, it's not goblin letters, gnome letters. Tolkien had a system called gnome letters. First I thought it might be that, but it's not this. Then some linguist also created something called Adunaroth, I think it's pronounced. And it's basically a writing system for Numenor. But yeah, it looks a bit like a mixture of Tengwar and Kirs in some ways, but it also is not fitting. So I could not read what's written there, but it seems to be at several places. So there seems to be a new writing system. Bit unfortunate that I could not read it though. And yeah, after Numenor, we come back to that in a moment, I think. We switch back to the Hobbits, and they look at something in astonishment. It has maybe to do with, I assume, fire, because we see... No, it's not fire, actually. It is... what do you call them in English again? These bright bugs or something? No, there must be a better name for this. Fireflies, of course. Damn, I'm an idiot. It's fantastic series, by the way. But yeah, fireflies, of course. I assume, if you look closely, you see something black attached to the glowing part, so it's not sparks or anything. However, he is doing something with sparks, and he's a stranger. As said, we have the theory that he might be Sauron, but I don't know. It's really strange. This whole Hobbit plot line seems to be really strange. Vocabulary, sometimes not easy. How long are we streaming? Oh boy, we have to hurry up a bit. I'm really hungry. So, oh, you don't see it on screen. Sorry, chat. I forgot to switch. So the next is Hobbit things. Let me just play it again. And yeah, you see the stranger doing some this is an actual spark that flies around. It seems like he can manipulate fire, and we know Sauron could also kind of make use fire to his use. Yeah, and then in this scene, you see here this little glowing thing. There's a little black thing to it, so it's a firefly, in my opinion. And they look at something quite in wonder, maybe what the stranger is doing with his powerful abilities. And yeah, then the trailer yet again jumps to an interesting scene. We talked about this earlier. We talked about this scene quite a bit with Helen, with the beard armor and a dwarf. So she also mentioned that the dwarf maybe should be a bit smaller than he is, or Elrond a bit bigger in contrast. But maybe it's just a perspective or so. Maybe he's walking more in the background. It's really hard to tell. Oh, nice. Don't forget to eat. Also, welcome, Voice of Geekdom. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Nice for joining. You sadly missed Helen. She really made it a long time, but there's still so much to cover in this trailer. We are not even closely done. When I'm done, I probably have to eat something. You are absolutely right. More important is drinking, I think. So, yeah, this is Moria. We talked about this already, so there's not much to add to this. Just go back a few hours when Helen and I discussed this. I really like it, though. It's a bit unusual because we see green stuff, but I assume you have to also... I don't know. I like the idea that it's literally a city below the mountain, and it looks so big, and there's waterfalls, and you have even plants and so on growing everywhere. Pretty cool, in my opinion. I like it. And here in the background, you already see this is maybe just the entrance. There's just so much more to it. Definitely a scene I really like. Yeah, like in this scene here, you see just so much stuff. Might be pretty nice. Here in this scene, the dwarves also look a bit smaller all of a sudden again. Like in this scene here, this dwarf looks taller than this one. Now from this perspective, the front dwarf looks smaller and the back dwarf looks bigger. I guess it's just a perspective thing. Make sure to stay drunk. I try. So yeah, not much to add here, though. This is one of the stuff. It's really interesting. There's a lot of detail. Maybe there's a person standing here and here. Just so much cool stuff to probably find out. And Elrond seems to, we know it from other trailers, and we know from some of the description of earlier screenshots that there is a stone smashing competition that Elrond has to participate in. Maybe he just wins a friendship or gets some friendship with Durin the Fourth, and so on. Let me just check. Yeah, so pretty cool. Here we see also quite interesting. He has a crown, I assume. So my assumption would be this is because it was also mentioned in an article that Durin the Fourth, which we often saw in other trailers. Let me see if I find him really quick. Here, this man, Durin the Fourth. And it seems, according to this article, that Durin the Fourth, for whatever reason, has his father still alive, which is Durin the Third. And that seems strange to me because, as said in earlier streams, Durin has, I would call it reincarnate, so he comes back to life, like every now and then, every, I don't know how many generations, a new dwarf is born that is very similar to how Durin looked and behaved and so on, and then he becomes the next Durin. But it is a bit strange when you get reincarnated and are also called Durin while the last Durin is still alive. That makes no sense in my opinion. But it seems to be the case here because this is Durin the Third and this is his son Durin the Fourth. But maybe the rumors are so wrong or the article doesn't state it 100% correctly. I don't know. It seems strange. And here we see the very early also part of the early of the first teaser that dropped, and yeah, he smashes this rock here with his axe, and it seems like Elrond also does this in the rock smashing competition. We discussed this trailer already, recent part of the trailer. And then a bit further into the trailer, this we also discussed. Here we have Halbrand, and Helen has a theory that he might become one of the Nazgul or so, that something terrible happens to him and he gets maybe corrupted or so. There are supposed to be centuries between Durin the Third and the Fourth. Yeah, we know when Durin the Third lived, and he lived, I don't know, round about Second Age 1000. And Durin the Fourth, we don't know when he lived exactly. I think his birth date is not known. It could maybe late Second Age, maybe early Third Age is potentially possible for him. So it is strange. Durin the Third, though, is the dwarf that potentially gets gifted one of the Rings of Power by Celebrimbor, according to Appendix A, I think, of the Lord of the Rings. Though that is what the dwarves say, and in some other versions this is ignored, though. Kind of interesting. I also made a video at about the 7 Rings of the Dwarves, in case you're interested. Pretty good one, in my opinion. And yeah, we see again these colorful clothes. As said earlier, here where we have these writings on, we see these clothes are very similar, so there are parallels here in this scene. So he's definitely on Numenor, and it kind of looks. There's another scene where he gives like a speech here. Just skipped it. And here we again see also, like, it seems multiple people in Numenor have these clothes, and if we look at the wall, I need the scene from this here. We also see these blue motifs here and so on. So that kind of fits to color-wise. It kind of fits to this place here. I don't know. Definitely seems like a Numenorian place. Yeah, same dress here or multiple. Here, if here person, maybe here person. Like there are several persons who have this particular dress. I'm not sure why that is. Maybe these colors are currently trending in Numenor at this time. I'm not sure. See bottom right. Yeah, definitely. So next shot, this we now see expanded from the other trailer. And what we see is like this, it's called scale armor here with these people. And yeah, if we go further into the trailer, white scale armor, we should keep this in mind. Maybe we don't see it here in the trailer. No, we don't see it in the trailer. However, I have another screenshot by Entertainment Weekly that portrays this armor. And that is this here. And here we see actually Miriel on her horse. And they also have this armor type. And that is unusual in the context that we here also see Galadriel. I assume we see Halbrand here riding next to her, which he looks a bit different. But then this would be a Numenorian riders. Why is Galadriel on a white horse in armor riding with Halbrand and a bunch of Numenorians? I have not fully figured out why this might be the case. Oh no, the bots invade. We had so much... yeah, the bot woke up. Yeah, we got invaded by bots, as always. I'm kind of surprised that YouTube doesn't find a way to deal with this, because it's a very persistent problem. Yeah, my bots, my bots didn't work like for several hours today. I don't know why. And we had so far, it seems, a lot of free time when it comes to a lot of we were a lot of time we were free of of these weird bots here, and now they awoke. So I hope it stays this way. So yeah, this seems to be the new Númenórean armor. What is unusual with the Númenóreans on horses? So we know from the Unfinished Tales that Númenóreans really liked their horses. Horses were very popular, but Tolkien also states that they never went to war with them. Like there were maybe some messages that used horses, and so they were light and fast, but it was not like they brought their horses to war. They were more like a seafaring nation, and they had like armies, maybe some siege machines, I don't know, something like this. So it seems a bit off in my opinion that we see now. Now we also have Galadriel leading them on a white horse. I don't know. I don't fully understand it. Let's put it that way. Yeah, it's really strange that we don't see Celeborn. It seems really unusual. I also have no idea what's going on there. You have to consider that her daughter is born second age 300, so... not exactly, not 100% sure what's going on there. But yeah, that seems to me strange. But now it becomes clear that from the like, if we go back to the very first teaser, we also had this shot where we see Galadriel. Here, this shot, like this is a closer one, and here we also see these white scales already. This must be this exact scene that we just saw here in the new trailer, in my opinion. Some slow shot. Here we see again some Hobbit stuff, which I have no idea what's going on there with the Hobbits. Something seems to has happened or so. And they hug. Maybe something terrible. Hard to tell. And yeah, here we see now another potentially Númenor related scene. We see the raft with Galadriel and Halbrand maybe on their way to Númenor or away from Númenor. I have no idea when this exactly will play. Very difficult to say, but it seems very, very strange to me that this is like I can't really make sense of it. Like when Pharazôn and Miriel, like we know there's timeline compression, but just for people not knowing, in the timeline of Númenor, this late in the timeline of Númenor, elves did not visit Númenor anymore, so it makes no sense that she's there. I would say it's never really mentioned that she traveled to Númenor at all. Why would she? Seems strange to me, but in the show it seems that will be like the case. The battle for the chat has begun. I hope not. Chat, behave. But yeah, it seems really strange that they're on the ocean on a raft. Interestingly, here on this scene, Galadriel is for whatever reason alone, and she's maybe kicked off the boat. Wasn't there also a scene where she's tied to the boat or so? I forgot. I think there was a production scene or so where we see her tied to a boat. But I don't know. So, yeah. we don't have much left. Here we see again a big Numenorean ship, and we see this guy, and we already mentioned him previously in this, as I call it, the family photo. That is Isildur, and he's also a mariner, it seems. He's in the Numenorean navy or so, and he's on a Numenorean ship here. He also has the same, the uniform that the others also wear, so he's part of the crew, it seems. And yeah, he's on this mighty ship here. Maybe that's the exact ship that we see returning to Numenor. Maybe here at this part of the trailer, or in the first trailer. Maybe he's on this ship here. Hard to tell if these are the same people. I don't know. Could be. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's on this very, very big ship that we saw earlier in this trailer. As said, it's... Oh, that's the wrong direction. Big ship here. This one here. It is possible. I don't know. Though the ship looks... This here looks very looks a bit different from the design here. I have to admit. Like, if it's the same... It looks also smaller in comparison. Maybe there's also a second one close by. Really hard to tell. It's a towel and a belt. Well, I guess when you are on the sea, that is probably... It works out, I guess. Also has like a knife here, which is interesting. But the others have that too. But don't ask me. It looks though this ship looks much, much smaller in comparison to this one here. Also the form here here looks a bit different, if that makes sense. And then we have another shot, and I don't know, chat, what is your first impression seeing this particular screenshot here? Like, any ideas where this could be? Very curious about what chat is thinking of. In the meantime, I look for my first thought, which is most likely completely wrong, but nonetheless, it was one of my first thoughts. Though I have to admit, I have to look it up really quick. Of course, can't always forget the name. A low-tide sea fortress. Yeah, lighthouse in the background. That is interesting. I agree. So maybe I should just tell you my Castle Rock. A bridge leading to it. Yeah, I don't know. The first idea I had. Maybe you disagree or agree. I'm very curious. Is this one here. This here is, by the way, a Tuor, the grandfather of Elrond. And this is Vinyamar. But it's in the First Age, and it's in the mentioned Beleriand, so on the old west coast of Middle-earth that got sunk into the ocean. We talked about this. But I don't know, because this is most likely wrong. Maybe it could have been, of course, a flashback, and Galadriel could be there. But I don't know. I guess it's completely off. Maybe this lighthouse there in the background is then Barat Nimras. But there should be a capital in between, which would be then Brithombar. But we don't see this. Hard to tell. I don't think though that. Somehow horses appeared. Well, I don't mind the horses. As said, I assume it's Numenor though, because there is another screenshot that maybe gives us a little hint. Also, Entertainment Weekly. And this shows us who this other person here on the screen might actually be. Like, if we go back to the screenshot here, maybe I should switch back and forth. It's somewhat reminiscent of Ted Naismith's art of Vinyamar. But the secret might lie in who this here is. We have a white horse and a black horse, and we have a screenshot from the Entertainment Weekly, which is this one here. And this reveals this is Galadriel, and the other one is no other than Elendil. So they're Elendil and Galadriel potentially riding at the coast of Numenor, and I have no idea what this fortress here is exactly. It looks like an old ruin. I don't know. Can't remember any place that is described like this, but maybe I forgot something. But I don't know if somebody in chat has like a very good idea or interpretation for this. Would be very curious to hear, or maybe write it in the comments later or so. But yeah, this seems to be Elendil and Galadriel in Numenor. That seemed to be this. I would have not expected it while seeing this. So if we just look at this, we also have this close shot here. They also make some slow motion stuff and just show stuff zoomed in, a lot of detail. Kind of like that. I'm curious how present that will be in the series, or if it's just a trailer thing. Hard to tell. And now we also skip a bit. This is a fancy horse. Yeah, definitely this is a fancy horse. But as said, in the Unfinished Tales, it is mentioned that the Numenorians really loved riding horses, and that was a huge thing in Numenor. So it's not like this makes no sense or anything. It kind of works. I simply can't tell you which place this is. If we again look at the shadows, the sun should be maybe here, I guess. Could be wrong though, but that's how I see it. And if we consider this is noon or afternoon or so, then this would be southwest. So they would be, I don't know. It's hard to tell always where they are exactly, but the water would be north, if that makes sense. So they're on top of Numenor. If we go back to the Numenor map. So a theory I have for this, let me just move the arrow a bit. Maybe they are in this part of Numenor here somewhere, maybe at the coast of this, because Andunia is up here, and Andunia is actually the place of the faithful, and Elendil is one of the faithful, or it later becomes a leader of the faithful. So that would make kind of sense, in my opinion, if it's like a place of Andunia or so. So yeah, that would be my suggestion where this would be my suggestion where this could be in theory. If it's at the northern side of Numenor, then maybe it's there. But as said, could be anywhere. But that was just my theory that came to mind. And it would be pretty great. Let's imagine that I would be right. It would be actually pretty cool if the cardinal directions and stuff like this would be somewhat correct in all these scenes. It would be so awesome. Even though I guess it's almost unrealistic to expect this, because it's just, I guess, difficult to get this right. But yeah, these are the two horses. Galadriel, she has also an unusual dress. It's definitely different from her boat dresses that she has. So maybe she was somewhat welcomed in Numenor, maybe by the faithful versus those who were not part of the faithful. I'm very curious how this conflict is portrayed in Numenor. Will be quite interesting. Finn looks a lot like Liv Taylor. So then here we have again our friend Elendil, that is the father of Isildur, in case people wonder. He's also in Lord of the Rings. And he says, the past is dead. We have to move forward or die with it, or something like this. And here we definitely see him. And he talks to his son Isildur. And yeah, very curious how Isildur turns out. I'm a huge fan of Isildur, I have to say. I really like his character. He does some pretty cool stuff, and also some not so cool stuff. But I can't be too mad about him or too angry about that he does, like, nobody would have been able to destroy the One Ring just out of no man, just out of pure willpower, except maybe for like a few hobbits that could, like, not even Frodo could do this. So it's still nothing I can, like, I kind of understand him in a way, and I find his figure, like, he does a lot of right things, a lot of tragic things. He saves the White Tree so many times. It's pretty cool. So I'm curious what they do with Isildur in this show. Also curious if we see Anarion, though the article mentions we will, which is pretty cool. So are Numenorians getting corrupt in season 1? Like, the process of Numenorians getting divided and this inner conflict, that takes centuries. Like, this goes on for quite some time. It's not like a process that goes on. So I could imagine, yeah, I assume the corruption slowly starts in the show and then develops further and becomes stronger until, like, we have the fall of Numenor, of course. Yeah, and then here we have Ar-Pharazôn again on Numenor. Now we have the Numenorian part of this teaser, and people are cheering at him. Maybe he gave like a speech. Good old Jack Black, very good at giving speeches. And people are quite happy with what he had to tell. I would assume, though, that even though, like, I don't know, it's strange. Like, Pharazôn is like an extremely late character in the development of Numenor, and if we see him, like, the corruption and the downfall of Numenor is not that far, to be honest. The Jack Black speech, exactly. It's not bad. That's Jack Black, yeah, exactly. No, it's not Jack Black, though. But it looks pretty similar, interestingly. But I don't know. There's not much to further add to this. We see, like, the people, they're cheering. We know he will be a potential antagonist later in the Numenor arc, and might be interesting to see how he develops and what's going on there exactly. He needs his guitar, exactly. Okay. So next scene we see Halbrand picking up his spear. It's Numenor again because we see a Numenorian soldier. We remember the Numenorian soldier scene, like the cavalry. There we know. There's also another scene of Miriel on her horse. She also has a scale armor on her, also by Entertainment Weekly. Quite interesting, I have to admit. Luthien is the only known Maiar elf hybrid, right? Yeah, that's the only known one in the history of Tolkien. So yeah, that it's pretty also a very interesting screenshot. Seems to be less on the war side here, more on the ceremonial. And yeah, here we see Halbrand. He's doing his thing with his spear and riding. I'm not sure what he's up for there exactly. Then we have a cut, and now we are at a completely different place again. We are back, maybe because the background doesn't look too dwarvish, but I could be wrong. We are back either in Moria or, I don't know, in Lindon or Eregion or so. And here we have Durin the Fourth, and he holds something in his hand, and he says something like a new era begins or will begin. And I assume this is Mithril, and this was found in Moria, and of course made Moria very, very interesting for a lot of people. So I guess he finds it there, and it becomes suddenly a huge part inside this story, where maybe the elves also find the dwarves and Moria very interesting and want to work together with them because they have access to this legendary or powerful material, Mithril. And yeah, we know it from Lord of the Rings, like Frodo's chainmail that he gets from Bilbo, etc. So there's definitely some interesting details here. But yeah, it's a very small scene. It just changes. Then we come here to the Oath of Feanor scene. We discussed that already, so we can skip it for now. But yeah, not much to add. I assume, though, this might be a reason why Elrond is potentially sent to Moria, and we see him scenes earlier here with the dwarves like this, because of the Mithril, and then we have, yeah, I don't know, some other connections to Eregion, between Moria and Eregion, and so on. It's quite interesting. Halbrand again thing. So I don't know. I don't have much to say here. Here we have also an interesting scene. We see Arondir again, I think, and he dodges this. I assume it could be a walk or something. He dodges it by doing this jump here while he is chained to the ground. Like if you look, you see here the chain. And we have seen him chained earlier in other trailers. So, as said earlier in this trailer, we see this here. He's here. Then we know he's also like in this trailer at the end. We see him also here jump with a chain. So this might be somewhat related. We also speculate that he might be captured by orcs, which would be confirmed by this rush here on the bridge. And we know if this is the same tower here as at the beginning of the first trailer. No. The second trailer, I mean. This one here. And we know later in the trailer, like, he's in this region. He's on this tower. We know that the tower is here, so you can kind of connect everything together. and then come to the conclusion that he's maybe taken prisoner somehow and then has to escape or so. I'm not sure exactly how this works. Here we also see another person here basically knocked out. Not sure who he is though, but if we look at his ear, it might be also pointy. No, it's maybe it's a normal ear, so maybe this is a man. I'm not sure, chat. Really hard to tell here from this screenshot. And you said Elrond enters a rock smashing contest. Yeah, it's mentioned, I think, in one magazine. Maybe this is to get closer to the friendship of the elves. I'm not sure. We have in the first trailer we have this scene where Elrond he is sitting, maybe inspecting the rock. This might be the hammer. And then we have this scene here. If you look very closely, that might be really difficult to do, frame by frame, you see that the character did something terrible wrong. How was this even possible, chat? And if you look at frame by frame, you see the camera makes a weird zoom here. First you have this distance and then you have this distance. And you see here it breaks into two parts and here it breaks into many parts. So some assume this here is not Durin, but it's maybe Elrond. And there was a mention in an article. Maybe they do this for sport, to maybe like a little competition, to strengthen the friendship, the bond, maybe to show the dwarves what an elf is made of. I don't know. I don't mind this little thing here. Now we have the jumping up, the dodging. As said, difficult to make anything out of it, but it seems like Arondir is very capable of jumping and dodging and so on and fighting. We also have this early scene where he shoots an arrow and then he just, I don't know, moves. Set to Elven games. And yeah, I don't know. I would say this is connected, and in the first teaser trailer at the end where we see him jumping, if you look at these people here in the tent, this might be an orc. You know, look, if you look at the face, it looks like not very, very human, if that makes sense. So a bit different. Could be wrong though. So he dodges, and here Galadriel also is able to dodge an attack and attacks the ice troll. We discussed the Sauron picture, and I think we are almost through, chat. I think we made it in just 5 hours, 4 minutes. Now we see a bunch of Harfoots with like, it seems like their feet are very dirty, so they had a long walk behind them, and they are wandering into the wild. This man here that leads them is was speculated to be like a wizard or so, but I think it becomes pretty like it's somewhere mentioned that he's the father of them. Forgot the name though. And yeah, then it says the Rings of Power. Nothing more. No new teaser for a teaser though. But I heard somewhere in chat somebody wrote that there might be more teasers coming in the next week, so I don't know. But yeah, here we have the Harfoots. They walk through the area. I can't tell you where this might be. Really hard to tell, chat. Really hard to tell. It would be strange if they wandered to Eriador or something. But we know from other screenshots that they seem to wander somewhere. Like there's a mention in an article, but I like I said, I can't really make any sense out of this Hobbit story. No, you might be right. It could be Sardok. It could also be. Let me just see the poster. If I find it fast enough, probably not because it's hard to see. It could be this guy, and that is not Sardok. I probably have to look for the other images, chat. Forgot who published it though. There was like some Hobbit images also published by some site. Not the press pictures. Nerdist was not. Maybe it was also the Empire magazine. Yeah. Here, this person, I assume it is. Also posted by the Empire magazine in its origin. And it seems like he's with this particular group, but I forgot the name. Maybe somebody knows in chat if it was posted or not. But yeah, I assume it is him and he is leading. I could be wrong though. You could be right. Maybe it is Sardok. No, not him, because the stuff is different. So you might be really right, and I've just seen it wrong. Yeah, you are right. This is most likely Sardok. So it's not this Hobbit, but it's him then. Also by the Empire magazine screenshot. She we also have seen in the trailer already. One Middle-earth called Eleanor Brandyfoot. Yeah, exactly. She might be among those. Kind of interesting. So chat, I'm not sure, but I think we got everything, right? They look more dangerous and dirtier than orcs. That is maybe why Treebeard thinks they are orcs. Lord of the Rings films. It's kind of funny. So, chat, are we done today? Like, we discussed Sauron already in quite some detail. Like I said, there are not that many candidates for supernatural beings left that you could make an argument for Meteor Men. So I also find this thing that it looks like an eye very telling, but might be a foreshadowing. I could be wrong. I'm not sure. We will find out. So that was a trailer. There was a lot of stuff to unpack. Some pretty cool scenes in it. Like, I really like this scene. I really like. We have the eagle. We have, I don't know, Eriador. We have seen quite a bit of Moria. We have seen men farming. We have seen these guys again, the hobbits, which I have no idea. We have seen Galadriel quite a bit. Yeah, Elrond and Galadriel talking, some snowy wastelands. Unusual place here like this, which might be Mithlond or so. We have seen Dagor Bragolach. We have seen maybe the fall of Numenor. New Numenor shots quite a bit. We have seen Adar as also like on the poster. Might be like one of the villains. We have seen like this, I know, something very bright. Numenor again. The stranger we also now see a bit. It seems to do something with fire, which he manipulates or so. We have seen Durin the Third, Durin the Fourth. This scene I skipped actually. This is Arondir again with his armor. We have seen last time that there are ends, so this might depict an end, to be honest. And here we have some, I don't know, maybe he's like a blacksmith or something. I don't know. He looks really doing stuff. He's potentially in this village that he's living. There's another, I think it was one of the Vanity Fair art screenshots that were published. This one here. So maybe it's in this village where Arondir is, and maybe he just gets some supplies or so. Maybe this is like, this guy is a chef and he's cooking something, also possible. Like if you look at what he has at his hand, holding in his hand, it's pretty hard to say. Seems like he has like, yeah, I assume this is like, what do you call it in English? A ladle? And this is like a cup or so, and he's filling it, or I don't know, a little bowl, and he's filling something into it. So maybe he might be really the cooking something. I'm not sure. Yeah, more Numenor, I don't know, Farazan. There was really a lot. We have seen potential the oath of Feanor and his sons. A Dark Souls roll with iframes at an attack. Try to make a little fun video out of that. Let's see how that turned out. And the Hobbits in the end. So there's that. I think it just took, as somebody posted here, it just only took 5 hours. Yeah, it really took only 5 hours. But I hope these were fun 5 hours. Who is the man behind Arondir? As said, I have no idea. I suppose... I forgot where he was now. I suppose he's like the cook of the village or so. Maybe that's his restaurant. I'm not sure what it is exactly. Like if you look at this, it seems like he's holding a mug or something, or and like something, I don't know. Let me just look up the word. Ladle. It seems really that. A soup ladle. I'm not sure if that is the case though. And a Suppenkelle in German. The ends look quite cool. I agree. Was pretty neat in the last trailer here at the closely to the end. To the end we see it's kind of a good pun. A butcher, yeah, also possible. Maybe that I don't know where the scene is. Like maybe can't hit it. Maybe this is like meat or so, like a pig or so that hangs there. A possibility. Maybe it really is a butcher or so. Really hard to tell. Maybe Arondir is like the hunter and he brings the meat to this guy and he makes further use out of it. Definitely possible. So I think we got everything, chat. I will maybe tomorrow also work on like a separate breakdown. I'm not sure how far I will get with that because it just too much stuff in this teaser, in this trailer to unpack. But I think I definitely earned my break here today. We are 5 hours plus. That is really, really a long stream today. And I hope you enjoyed this. This was a very fun live stream. Very enjoyable 5 hours. Thank you for saying that. Means a lot to me. Very glad you people enjoyed. At least some of you enjoyed the stream. I mean, I'm not sure. I haven't looked at numbers here, but it seems like, wow, we are still like 80 people or something here in chat. That's pretty good. Thank you all. Great work. These streams are wonderful. Happy you people enjoy this. I hope I could shed some light into some stuff. Of course, I have to admit some of the stuff we have seen makes no sense if you just look at the books and the lore. But we probably have to get used to the thought that they just change a few things. Let's have a very free interpretation of things. But yeah, I don't know. It's for me then hard to tell for some aspects how they will turn out in the show. We have to see when it comes out. I will definitely give it a shot. I have to say though, visually, some of these shots are pretty good. Like I like this. I like the visual style much more. I was very worried when I saw the. If you compare this to some of the shots from the first trailer that when it released, like this one here, they definitely amped up the fidelity and the quality of the images by quite a bit. Not everything. Like I think this scene here doesn't look too cool. Like if you look at the water here, it definitely see it looks like very artificial. Of course, it's a if you just keep the trailer running like this for a moment, then you don't really notice it. But I feel like some of the maybe the river here is frozen or so, but it doesn't look completely bad, but some of the elements look a bit out of place, I feel. But you definitely notice that now in this teaser, like look at this shot, like of this city, how much detail there is in this place. Like wow, that's really impressive. Somebody put a lot of hours into this. That is pretty cool to see, in my opinion. Some of the shots, also this red one here, one of Galadriel here, some pretty cool shots in this. Also, this looks pretty phenomenal, I have to admit. Look at this. Pretty sweet. So just visually, everything is just, kind of working out. I was a bit worried, as said, when I saw the early screenshots and some of the other stuff and the early teaser, that the visuals looked a bit off, but it seems like cooking the stuff for just a few months, definitely it looks really good now, I think. I enjoyed and good appetit to you. Thank you. So, is there anything I always hate when it's over? Well, it won't be the last stream. I know a lot of people also would like me to discuss classic lore questions again and look into this. We will do this again soon too, I assume, because, I assume they won't release a new teaser every week that we have to discuss for 5 hours. But currently it's big news, and I was very interested in talking about this, and I'm very glad I could do so and that people enjoyed this. So I would say we maybe jump into the outro already. And of course I didn't check the credits, but should be okay. Shoutouts to all the people who support me here. Really fantastic in any way or form, like be it with subscribes, with comments, with likes, or even with memberships that some people do, or some people with subscriptions or Prime subs on Twitch or whatever. Much appreciated for all of this. It's really fun currently because there's so much interest in these topics, and that's pretty cool. I also know that people are worried, or some people seem to really dislike what they have seen so far, and that is totally understandable. I'm also a bit worried, but I'm a bit torn between there's some cool stuff in it and there's some not so cool stuff in it, and I guess when this finally drops and releases, it will be maybe somewhere in the middle, I hope. That the maybe in an ideal case, it will be the cool stuff will outweigh the bad stuff, and we have to probably deal with it. There will be changes, definitely. In the end, it depends on how well they manage to balance differences versus the original ideas. A bit of a mixed bag. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't expect the best series ever made. Like, my expectation level is I would be glad if I watch the show, I enjoy it, and have some cool scenes, some cool references, and say, it wasn't that bad as I feared it would be. I mean, that's probably very low standard already, but so this way I can maybe a bit more positive about it, I guess. But yeah, is there anything left to say? So due to all the streaming and to making breakdowns, the next Who's Elrond video is a bit delayed as a result. As said, I might do a shorter version of the stream, a shorter breakdown, and release this tomorrow or maybe Sunday, I'm not sure. I will also stream, if possible, some more Reft on Twitch, because I really like playing Reft, and every moment I'm not playing Reft is a moment I feel like, I could play Reft. So it's a really good game in my opinion. Really relaxing. Is there anything else I do? Yeah, I don't know. There might be some collaborations at some point coming up here and there. We might discuss, I might be invited somewhere or not, I'm not sure yet. And then we discuss this or other topics further. Let me just think, is there anything left to say? Yeah, I have this, I wouldn't call it a funny video, though I try to be funny. I dropped it on Twitter already, couldn't post it on Instagram for unknown reasons, so I maybe do this. Maybe, I don't know, follow me on Twitter, you know, all the social media stuff. Shoutouts to all the artists who allowed me to use their artworks, also always a very big part. We have also seen quite a lot of Ted Naismith today. So that is pretty sweet. Ref cost 20 euros on Steam. Yeah, roundabout. I think that's pretty cheap, like, considering how many hours you can get out of this game. But I don't know. I'm not sure how expensive it is when it's on sale. I bought it, I think, way back when it's early access. But yeah, enough gaming talk. I also want to do, like for the German viewers, I might record, hopefully, also a breakdown of this in German. Maybe a freestyled one though, but yeah. I just bought Rev, gonna try it out. Okay, I wish you a lot of fun with that. I hope you have enough time to still watch my videos and streams, because this game can really consume a lot of time. But I personally really liked it. It's a really relaxing game, and also a bit challenging here and there. And like the atmosphere of it. So for me, it's a really fun game. Yeah, I saw you were, I think when I streamed, you were shortly there. So yeah, enough rambling here at the end. Just check out the stuff. There's tons of links in the description. Shoutouts to all the magazines like Entertainment Weekly, Vanity Fair, the Empire magazine, Nerdist, IGN, and so on. Where you have seen a lot of screenshots today. Probably have to add all the links in the description later. But I will now definitely eat something, and I really need a break. Talking for like 5.5 hours straight is just a bit exhausting. Well, we started a bit late, so maybe it's just 5 hours and 10 minutes or so. I don't know. But you get the point. So thank you people for watching. I wish you all a fantastic rest of the day. I hope you enjoyed this. If you watch the VOD, don't forget comments and likes always help.